It's always gonna take you. Okay, I'm liking the vibe, Savannah. I'm liking the change. For anyone who knows, Savannah is the most perpetually hard on herself person I think I've maybe ever met. Maybe ever. So I'm loving the
Yeah,
vibe.
she's definitely top 5. It's actually excessive.
Yeah, it is. It's rough. But I like this. I like this energy though. We're gonna keep that for this evening. So we're gonna see Savannah. We're gonna see Savannah locked in.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it all plays out. Savannah, you've been practicing. You're ready to go for tonight. Samir's obviously been seeing this thing go. Let's go to Ashley. Ashley, you're a newcomer on the scene, right? You're like, if there's a number cruncher competition, you're crushing. You're crushing the number crunching. You're the number crusher, right? But this is the closer competition, and you decided to get crazy, throw your name in the hat, and show everybody what you were working with. You made it to round 2. Now's the day. How are you feeling?
You can eat them. They're not.
Wait, hold on. Ashley, then Jen. We got you next, Jen.
That was an accident. I didn't mean to
She was talking to her children. Okay.
Yes, I was.
I am really nervous. So last week when I was going to go like last minute, I wasn't nervous at all. And then I practiced all weekend and actually got to practice with Angie and Jen and Savvy. And yeah, now I realize how many options there are and how I have to handle them.
You know, it's funny. There's so many directions you can go, and people are gonna disagree with my philosophy on this, and that's okay, right? Everybody's got a different approach, and I think that part of getting really good at sales is 1, acknowledging that there are different approaches to this, and 2, being okay with that, right? There is more than one way to skin this cat. No cats were harmed in the making of that phrase. But that being said, like, here's my philosophy on this, Ashley. If you come in here with the right attitude, this is, we've been talking about this with the Cotton Candy Closer here. You're doing the right things, you're approaching it. There's really nothing wrong you can say, right? There is no right phrase. There is no right line, right? There's maybe one that's maybe a little bit better and maybe one that's not ideal. But at the end of the day, if you guys have ever heard any of the calls that I've made or anybody else who does this really, really well, you can say some really out of left field crazy stuff and get away with it. And what does that mean? That means that there's not a perfect thing to and not to say. It's about coming in with the right mindset, coming in ready to help a person, being confident, staying in control of the conversation, and just moving the conversation forward. The worst thing you can do is get stuck at, well, what am I supposed to say next? That's a silly thing to get stuck at, right? That's like saying I'm driving down a real street and getting stuck at an imaginary stop sign, right? It's a great way to cause an accident. Get the imaginary stop signs out of your seller calls today, guys. They're not going to serve you. You don't need them. Show up, be your best selves. You guys have been humans your whole life. You've been talking your whole lives. Remember that when you get into these calls, and you'll do just fine. So there you go. That's my 2 cents on the topic, Ashley. Do with that what you will.
Yeah, I just got to remember to be myself, right? I can talk to people. I talk to people all the time.
Right? Just maybe with a little bit less of a time clock on top of it. All right, let's see. Who we talking to next? Jen, how are you feeling? Talk to us.
I'm feeling good. I'm not going to lie. I think last month I was had a lot of anxiety about joining, but it was only because I wasn't practicing 6-minute calls. So now that I've been practicing 6-minute calls and getting a ton of reps, I feel good. And it made me realize we don't need more than 6 minutes. I think 7-8 minutes would be ideal, but you really don't need more than this to have a really productive call. So it's actually translated to my real seller calls.
I love that. I love that a lot. And that's interesting. Talk about that a little bit, right? Because Mike came in here on Friday and he made a statement. He was like, what was crazy is I was talking to my team. This is Mike. I'm speaking for Mike. And he was like, I was talking to my team. And at first they were like, this is silly. Why would you do these 6-minute role plays? And this is a framework I've been trying to tell people, that it has a bigger ramification. And they were like, it's never going to help you in real calls. And he was like, you're crazy. Of course it's going to. And he taught them the framework. They've been deploying it. And he says the improvement in his entire team calls following this framework of learning how to be efficient with your time when you communicate has actually improved their calls with their team. So you're saying it's been similar with yourself, yeah?
It has, yeah. I've locked up 3 deals since yesterday, and they're good deals. They're not just like, the real deals. But it's because I was more, I drove the call more, and I didn't let my yellow sellers get out of control, and I just was more time conscious, and it made them feel not pressure, but the urgency and like they're ready to commit on their end too.
I love that. It's really funny to see how once you put yourself in a position to challenge yourself, what you're able to accomplish by pushing yourself outside of that comfort zone. All right, Brandon Duran.
All right, we can't hear you, Daniel. Your
The
volume
volume.
just
Oh shoot, my volume. I'm gonna put
There you are.
I'm gonna put the headphones on. I don't want to
hear
do
you
it. I'm
now.
gonna have to put the headphones on so that way I don't have to keep going.
You're fine now.
Yeah, but now it's gonna feed back into YouTube. It's okay. This is a me problem. I'm gonna figure this out. That being said, okay, Brandon, you were in this competition, and then you decided to back out of the competition. I'm not gonna imply my feelings as to why. I'll let everybody quietly make fun of you on their own. But you've obviously been a part of this for a while, right? You've been a part of this Zoom. We have together, even on just your nights that you've been a part of this thing, over the last couple years, you have helped me coach thousands of new real estate investors. We have listened to thousands of seller calls, right? We're not new to this. However, this is a twist with this kind of competition, and there's big stakes at play here because obviously, bro, it's been out, Eddie. But obviously there is different stakes at play because the people who make this, they're going to Arizona and they're competing against Pace Morby. They're competing against Jerry Norton, right? RJ Bates is one of the judges. Brent Daniels, Jamil Damji, Veena Jetti, right? These are the biggest names. I don't know if there's bigger names in real estate outside of the people that are involved in this competition, right? But some of the greats are here. Why is that significant? I'm going to tell you why. I believe it's significant. Brandon, I would love to hear your feedback on this, bro. I think it's significant for a couple of things. One, it's because if you want to do something in business and in life, it's really important to have a good reputation and it's important to develop a brand. It's my opinion that any opportunity you have to stand next to people who have this kind of a brand and reputation, you need to capitalize on that and take advantage of it. Because when you can introduce yourself in a room as a person who may be new to this industry and say, yes, I'm new, but look at the people I've stood next to. Look at the people who I can call my peers on this particular stage, right? I think that says something. It says something to the skill set that you bring to the table. So from a brand standpoint, I think that that's important. However, I think that there might be something that is even a little bit more important. And that is the way that this challenges you and pushes you to be the best version of yourself. I'm going to tell you right now, guys, from the very, very time. Veena Jetti, what's going on? Veena is in the YouTube chat right now watching us. Everybody wave hi to Veena real quickly. Wave hi to Veena, everybody. Hey, hold on. Let me go to the other view. Hold on, everybody. Okay, in gallery view, everybody wave to Veena. Okay, there you go. You got a lot of hands there, Veena. Here's the thing for me. This is the most important. I said this from the very beginning, guys. The stories that I've heard from this are what drive me. Guys, there's a reason I've spent the last 2.5 years, giving 20, 30 hours a week to help people learn how to get better at having conversations with sellers for free. There's a reason why. Because I understand that we all have this journey in life and we're all coming from our own different places. We all got our struggles. And anytime you can put together a situation where you can empower people to get out of their own way. Because let's be honest, most of us are just in our own way. And maybe there's a valid reason why we're in our own way, but we're just in our own way. That's just really what it is, right? And if you can put somebody in a position to give them a tangible excuse to get out of their own way, something special happens. And the first time we did these competitions a couple years ago, I noticed that. And on this small scale, you started seeing this transformation and this change and this notoriety and all these different things that grew from this. But what was more special was the stories. And guys, throughout this thing, you guys have heard them, right? You had Lizanne up here crying. You had all of these people who were up here saying like, oh my gosh, the things that this has done for me as a human being, the comfort zones it's pushing me out of, the person that's being born out of this, that is worth it. And so for me, guys, whatever happens with the competitions, whatever happens with all of the amazing people that have dedicated to volunteer their time to be a part of this thing, that's all one thing, and that's fantastic. However, what's more important for me is the life that we're changing in this. And that's one of the things that I love the real estate industry is because you have all of these crazy people who make multiple 7 figures and who do really well and have multiple successful businesses. And they're dedicating their time to us, to you guys, to people who are brand new, who've never done this before, and saying, here, we want to help you get on the journey that we once were trying to get started on. That for me is the most special part about this thing. And that's what I'm excited about. Jen, before we get started, I'm going to get everybody's spot lit up here. We're going to get started. Cotton Candy Closer. We're going to have to figure out who the seller is for tonight because I have not heard back from Jeremy. We'll get that taken care of. Savannah, do you need, Samir, can you help Savannah with the picker wheel stuff? Savannah, can you get that?
Yeah.
Let's get that out for your plate. I want you to focus on competing tonight. So let's get the picker wheel stuff and all of the insane psychotic personalities off your plate. Guys, if you guys have not met Savannah, Savannah has more personalities really than anybody. You've played every seller fantastically. Jen, talk to us about your journey. You won this competition, what, 2 years ago now? Talk about what
3 years.
Has it been 3 years? Wow.
No, it was 2 years. You're right. It was 2 years.
2 and some change, give or take. Talk about your journey. Talk about your journey in this thing. We're going to get everybody up here. We're going to get the ball rolling on this thing. But talk about your journey, the experience going up to that point. If it had an impact on you, I'd love to hear what that is. If it didn't, that's fine. And then talk about your journey going into this one and how are you feeling? I know you tried out for the Closers Olympics. Talk to us about all of that.
Well, when I competed in this 2 years ago, I'd only been in sub 2 for 4 months.
Oh, wow.
So,
okay.
It was different with real estate. So I put a lot of reps in, got ready, and after I just really
Hold on, Jen, you're cutting out really bad. Can you just shut off your camera and then start from scratch.
Crazy. So when I joined, when I competed the first time, I'd only been in sub 2 for 4 months before that. So I had sales experience and cold calling and all the stuff that gives you tough, thick skin, but I didn't have real estate experience. So put in a lot of reps, practiced with a lot of closers. After winning that, I just took that name, Queen Closer, and ran with it and marketed myself that way. Social media and, being a closer and helper to people inside and outside the community. And I've continued to really hone in on my passion and what I'm good at, which is talking to sellers, negotiating, moving it down the line, closing things, and closing deals. And so it gives me more focus because it's easy to get distracted by multiple quote unquote avatars. But I've really focused on this one, and here I am again. Closer Olympics was totally different, though, in my opinion, because it's real sellers, a lot longer time, and this is pressure because of the clock.
Yeah, it is a different dynamic. So let's what we're going to do is I'm bringing everybody else up here. I'm going to give everybody a final rundown of what this has been like up to this point, what the people who are participating and competing have experienced. And then we're going to talk about what's coming in February, which is really a week and a half away from today. And then we're going to get the ball rolling on tonight. Samir, are you getting everything ready on your side with the picker wheel and all the stuff?
Savannah just sent it over to me.
Okay, perfect. So I'll let you get that ready. So here's what's been going on, guys. One of the things that I wanted to do when I decided to kind of rebrand this approach is I said, well, first of all, how do we get as many people as possible? I don't know that I'm qualified to pick who deserves to be a part of this competition because there's a million people out there who I've never heard on a conversation before, right? When I first got into real estate, nobody knew who I was. So why would anybody select Daniel? Why would anybody select Jeff Smith or Samir or Brandon or anybody else for that matter, right? And so I said, let's do an open run where anybody who wants to can try out. So round one was exactly that. A lot of you guys were here. We have 100, 150 people here for the entire Zooms, which is really what it's been for most of these things. And we had these people here. And what happened? So they brought live seller calls and we listened to clips of those calls. And then for round one, we let the crowd decide who had the better call. One person would get randomly faced off against another person. We'd listen to that call. Whoever had the best call, it would be like, was it American Idol style? Crowd would decide who would win. But all of us as judges had golden gloves in our back pocket that we could use to give somebody a pass if we thought they deserved to advance. Why was that important? Because, guys, when you're new and you don't really know what calls sound like, you just listen to what sounds good. But what sounds good and what's technically good are not always the same thing. And so we would be able to identify somebody who maybe didn't sound as flashy, but had a better technical call, and we allowed those people to advance. Jasper is a great example. Jasper is still in the running to make it to Arizona. As of today, I gave him a golden glove on his call, right? So anything is possible with that. So round 2 has been what we've been doing for this month. Every single Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we've been here and people have been going. Now, round 2 is the role play, right? The role play is the strict 6-minute random situation that you're going to get faced with. Why did we do it like this, guys? For a couple of reasons. One, because you have to be skilled enough to handle random things that pop up. It's very easy to get into a routine when you're calling your certain kind of leads, and next thing you know, you're just having the same conversations over and over again. Well, what happens when you hit something random? If you're not prepared, you're going to lose opportunities. And one deal could be a $50,000, $100,000 deal. Who wants to lose $100,000 because you weren't prepared? I don't want to. And that's one of the reasons why in round 2, we wanted to put unique scenarios in the conversation so that people could be prepared for anything that comes their way. Now, Savannah has done the majority of these seller calls. So what she had is she had a random picker wheel of motivations. She had a random picker wheel of seller types. Then we had a random picker wheel of who was going. So everything about the scenario was random. Guys, we have seen people who probably are qualified to stand on that stage get kicked out for one reason, because they just happened to get put with a situation that they weren't ready for. If you would have given them a situation that they were skilled with, they would still be here. But because they got put against a situation they were not prepared for, they got removed from the competition. And that's the unique part of round 2, doing the role plays that we did. Round 3, however, to Jen's point, these are live calls. And this is where we wanted to mix it up. And this is where I really want to make sure that we are doing our best for the main event to get the details as good as possible. We are still working on making sure the leads are going to be in the right way and having everything set up the way we are. But as it stands right now, the goal of the main event is to not give somebody 30 minutes to make a phone call, right? I had this conversation with RJ Bates. RJ Bates is fantastic on the phones, right? But I think we could all agree there is an extremely viable mathematical possibility that in any of these closers Olympics, RJ just didn't get somebody to answer the phone. It's happened. It happened to Diddy, right? Just calls, nobody answers. Imagine if RJ Bates's brand was not able to be developed and he wasn't able to demonstrate his obvious skills as a closer and one of the best in this game because something as silly as a 30-minute time clock and somebody not answering the phone call. There is a very possible series of chance where that can be a case when you have a limited time period. And I want to do my best to remove that from this competition. And that's why our goal is to give somebody an entire day to make phone calls. Let's see how you handle a full day's work. Let's see how you handle a full day's worth of situations. And as a plot twist, which a lot of you guys don't know yet, we're working on putting together a dispo aspect of this. So that day of, there'll be a dispo factor within the deal. So there's going to be a lot of cool things. But again, we're challenging people to be their best. We're challenging people to get outside of their comfort zone. And that's really what this thing is all about. So here we have tonight, guys, we have all of the people who have gone this entire time. And this is the final day. We have 5 people left on the list. Samir, I know you're working on some other stuff, bro. Are you able to share your screen real quickly and show us the current standings as it sits right now?
One sec.
Let me text. Is Eddie here?
I don't think so. I don't see him. Pull up the score.
I think Andrew's
Can you confirm that today is the last day, or is there a Friday as well?
No. If something happens on Friday, it's because something weird and special took place between now and then. As of right now, today is the last day.
Okay, so by the end of today, we'll know the top 8.
This is it. This is the announcement. This is who it is. And if there's people who were supposed to go and didn't sign up and didn't make it, sorry for them. All right, here we go, guys. So this is it. Scroll down a little bit. Scroll down to the people. So these are the people who have gone at this point. We had over 150, I think, people register for this thing. And this is what it's down to, guys. This is what it's down to. We got 5 people that are going tonight. We have all of these ranges of scores. And those are the top 8, right? Mine's grayed out. I just wanted to go for fun. You can ignore my number. I just wanted to go because I can't compete in this thing because I've been judging the whole thing. It wouldn't be fair. But I'm still a competitor at heart, so I wanted to at least have a chance. But that being said, guys, these are who's there, right? Lizanne, first place, 83.05. Bill, 81.3. Mike G with an 80. He was the first person to get above an 80. Tyler, Caroline, and Jeff, all with 76. Look at them. These guys are all about half a point of spread between one another, right? That is a very tight game. Half a point of spread between each other. Jasper, 76. Jasper was disqualified. He lost his round 1 tryout, got a golden glove, came in there and got a 76. Robin's still in here with a 74. These are the top 8. We got 5 people going today. So what this tells us is if you want to make it to Arizona, you have to score greater than a 74. If that happens, unfortunately, we have the opportunity for some of the people at the bottom to get removed from the competition. That would be unfortunate, but this is the way the numbers go, right? The way we've been scoring this, we'll go through that when it comes time to do the scoring, but we have the final 5 that are going tonight. We got Angie Milanazzo, Savannah, the Cotton Candy Closer. We got Queen Closer Jen. We got Ashley, and we got Eddie, Mustache himself. And so I'm excited, man. I'm excited. Samir, how are you looking on getting everything ready?
I think we just need a seller. So Savannah, how? Okay, never mind. Yeah, so I got the picker wheel. I have the names in the picker wheel. I have some scenarios. Let me see what else I'm missing. Savannah, are all these unused, the scenarios, or are they mixed in there? I absolutely. Oh,
Unfortunately, they're all mixed up.
Okay. There's a 0% chance I'm gonna remember which one of these we've done.
Yeah.
We may need to have, let me see who we have. I texted Jeremy to see if he's still planning on coming today. While we're doing this, let's get Caroline up here. Caroline, you came out of the blue. Introduce yourself real quickly. Guys, we're about 5 minutes from getting started. We're just working on the logistics. You got this many people getting involved with this thing. We got to get that worked out. Caroline, while we're doing that, talk to us. How long have you been a sub 2? How long have you been in real estate? What made you randomly jump into this thing and decide to get involved? How are you feeling about where you're at and your chances about moving forward?
Hi everyone, I'm Caroline. I'm based in Houston, Texas. I joined Sub 2 at the end of May, beginning of June. And what were the other questions? I, like on a day-to-day, I work with a company called Left Coast Buyers. So we wholesale deals out in California, even though I'm based in Houston. And so I started as a lead manager, but then quickly learned I had a couple of other skills. So then I moved into acquisition, and now I actually do TC and Dispo. So I don't make as many calls as I did when I first started. I was inspired to join this group because of the Closers Olympics. It's really where I wanted to be. But yeah, I heard about this, and then I decided to join, and now I'm here, and I'm like on the edge of my seat because I'm in one of the top 8, but there's 5 people who are kick-ass. So I'm really, really excited. I already bought my ticket, flight-wise, so I'm just excited to see if I'm gonna end up using it.
So why did you go, if you're as confident and comfortable as you are in talking to sellers and locking up deals, what made you switch to TC and Dispo? Dispo I could maybe see, but what made you switch to those sides?
More so just because with where my professional relationship evolved with the founder, I'm moving more into an integrator role. So trying to just talk about a partnership where I can eventually move away from the day-to-day and move on from like a business perspective. And that's what we needed.
Okay. So do you think that there's a scenario where you're going to go back to doing acquisitions, or right now this is just a needs of the business type thing? What are your thoughts? Or do you know the answer to that?
So I think based off of what I've learned, I've only been in Sub 2 for 6 or 7 months. I think learning how to talk to sellers or agents or whomever and closing deals is something that is like an absolute must if you're in real estate.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's a skill set that I see myself moving away from. I might not do it as frequently, but I definitely think that it's extremely valuable. Not even in real estate, just in life, because business and life is all about relationships. So it's being able to communicate, maintain, and build those relationships.
Love that. Well, it's going to be exciting to see. I think you've done a great job. Obviously, there's no doubt in my mind that your trajectory in this industry is going to be a strong one. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with this competition. But obviously, whatever happens with this competition, you're going to do dope stuff either way. So I'm excited.
Thanks, DQ. Appreciate you.
So we got Ashley up here, we got Savannah up here, we got Jen up here, we got Mr. Mustache, who really doesn't even have a mustache anymore.
I don't got a mustache anymore, bro.
Angie,
Come on now.
Angie, we need a camera, bro. I need you to turn your camera on so we can get you up here. I know you like to be in the cut with no camera on, but we gotta have you up here today.
When I go, I'm gonna turn it off though.
All right, there she is. Angie, how are you feeling? We did a little bit of role plays today.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Okay, so we did a little bit of a role play today. Obviously, you've been practicing, you've been working. Kind of like final two people I'm gonna talk to are you and Eddie, now that we got everything pretty much ready. So, Samir, how much do you need until you're ready to go on your side, bro?
So I basically have everything. The only thing I'm not really sure about is the seller scenario. So we have seller scenarios, but they are mixed up. So I don't know which ones we've used and haven't.
Who cares? It doesn't matter.
If they're reused, then
it's
yeah,
a random picker wheel, just randomly.
I think that we should be good to go. Hold on, let me just put this in here. So is Savannah going to be the seller on all the calls that are not
Savannah's
hers?
not going to be a seller tonight at all. Savannah is having an off night. Savannah is focusing on being Savannah's best self. I just said her name like 16 times in case anybody didn't catch that.
Ooh, Savannah's not doing it today?
Nope. I'm waiting to hear from Jeremy Davis to confirm that he's coming in here.
I think I heard Jeremy was at like an event or something.
Well, he can leave that event and come focus on us because we're more important.
Jeremy is an event.
Jeremy's
the hard one. Jeremy's the hard seller. When I was in the Daily Dial, oh my gosh, he was the guy I didn't want to go against. Him and Jason Lombardi.
Yeah.
And can you just be quiet right now? Like, our nerves are already up.
Yeah, we get graded on a curve tonight, right? Because we all know what Savannah's like.
Yeah, that's the tough part, right? Having Savannah go the whole time, you guys are getting the wild card with getting a profile that you're not. And you're not able to predict, but it happens, right? This is what it is. You got to be prepared. So last couple, look at Savannah's mom in here showing love and support. I love it.
Is she on the YouTube?
What's that?
Is she on YouTube?
No, she's here in the chat. Stella.
Oh. Okay.
That's my mama.
That's your mama. Hey, Stella, are you proud of her? You've been listening to her in the background. Have you been listening to me like berate her, trying to get her out of her head?
Yes, and you've done a good job. I am
Thanks.
so proud of her. I don't know if anybody else has seen her when she first got into sub 2. She was so shy and so unsure of herself. She's she's amazing. Sorry for unmuting. I gotta share that.
No, I appreciate you unmuting. It's so funny to see how families really get involved with this thing, right? Like you're in sub 2, your daughter joins, she ends up coming into the Nightly Dial. Now she's on the team. She's a part of my community separately. She's been really crushing. Like Savannah, all jokes aside, not only am I excited about you going tonight, we discussed all of that, but just the amount of dedication and commitment that you give to people that you don't know, right? Just to provide value and be helpful means that you deserve all of the amazing things that are yet to come. Regardless of what happens tonight, this is irrelevant. This is a competition, right? You're doing amazing things in life, and that's ultimately what this competition's about, to encourage that. So I'm super excited for you. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of all the growth that you've made up to this point, and I think it's going to be exciting to see what happens next.
You guys are gonna make me cry.
Good. Is it a Nightly Dial if somebody doesn't cry, though? I mean, is it?
Yeah.
All right, final two, and then we're getting the ball rolling. Jeremy is about to hop in here. Eddie, go ahead, bro. How are you feeling? You've been here with Brandon, me, you, Samir, been here for a long time. We've done this a lot. We've listened to a lot of these things. I know you haven't practiced and you haven't been on calls because you have to wax your mustache on a regular basis in order to keep it in shape. I get that. How are you feeling, man? How are you feeling about this whole thing?
You know what? I'm actually really just grateful to be a part of it. Honestly, I think it's really fun. It's exciting because ever since we kind of like blew up with our company, I haven't been able to attend as many of the Zoom meetings and any of that of the Zooms with Pace and everything. So it's cool to be a part. Bring back get back involved because we were on everything. So this is really cool. I'm glad that Tyler made it because he is the acquisitions on our team. I'm the dispo. I'm the dispo, TC, and everything else. He's strictly acquisition. So it's actually really cool. I'm excited for it. For me, myself, dude, it's going to be awesome. It's going to be really cool. I got B-Rad in here too. So, we got a lot of good stuff going on tonight for sure.
Got you. I got the notepad for you.
Oh, baby.
We're ready. We're ready.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really excited to see. Last but not least, Angie, you've been practicing. You've been a part of these things. You have been helping in the background. Your team is crushing, right? But now you're competing. It's day of. I'm pretty sure you strong-armed your entire household to participating in this thing. And you're the last one standing today. So fill us in. Tell us how you're feeling. What are your thoughts on all this?
Oh, I'm excited. I'm just, glad that I'm here and being able to participate in this challenge. I wore my red because it's for good luck for me. So I'm ready.
I love that.
I'm ready to go.
All right, guys. Enough hubbub. It's time to get the ball rolling. All right, Jeremy, you're the wild card in this thing, bro. So I need you to listen carefully. I know listening is not your strong suit, Jeremy, because you are your own person and you live your own life. But I need you to hear me, okay? There has been a specific standard of calls and difficulty level that has taken place throughout the competition. You had a very small snapshot of that the night that you came in and listened to Savannah. It is important that we maintain that, because if we don't, it would be unfair to the 5 people that go this evening for them to be facing a drastically more difficult situation than everybody else has faced up to this point. I'm assuming you understand this.
Up until this point, basically you're saying that it's just been easy and that they've never had challenges?
I mean, you can say it however you want, Jeremy. Say it.
Jeremy, it's like the Daily Dial back a year and a half ago, dude. Oh, baby.
Okay. Is that what it was like, Eddie?
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Jeremy,
oh baby.
Jeremy's a good seller. He's a good seller. He's definitely challenges you for sure.
Okay. I gotta put these stupid headphones on. Hold on. So that way this thing isn't feeding back. And I'm gonna look ridiculous. Bear with me. Give me 1 second, guys. All right. Microphone, headphones.
Nothing's changed.
Well, you look beautiful, Jeremy, right? Because one of us is a good person. And I'm hoping that demonstrates for yourself tonight as you're being the seller for all of these people. That being said, all right, here's the situation, Jeremy. You don't need to be a laydown, right? And if you could keep your eye on the chat, I'll give you an indication if you can, be a little stricter or go a little easier, right? Because I just want to keep it similar. Ultimately, do what you have to do. Do what you have to do in the circumstance, right? Because you don't want to give a gimme. You know what I mean? I just want it to be an equivalent thing. That being said, I want to make sure that. Sorry, I just got somebody said the video wasn't coming through, but I think it's good. That being said, okay, here's the situation. So the way it works is everything's randomized. Samir has these picked up. Samir, you're gonna have to send them to him, right? So we have the random picker wheel that we're about to share now. That's going to show who's going and in what order. Once we have that, he's going to randomize the seller situation with the random wheel. Then he's going to randomize the seller personality type. He will send those to you. And that's the persona that you got to play, right? It may be red, maybe yellow, maybe a banana hammock. I don't know. We have no clue what the situation is going to be. I'm sure you can play all of those very, very well, right? And then you just got to play it out. They got 6 minutes. You know how that goes. The goal is to make it, they got to work for it, but you got to make it possible, right? If it's impossible for them to get through, we can't score them on an impossible. But obviously, you don't want to be a laydown. Maybe like a DFW seller, right? I feel like a DFW. No, definitely not a New York. There's one personality type in New York, bro. Like, what do we do? Just keep it on red and we'll be good to go. So that's pretty much how this is. If somebody's watching this on YouTube, can you guys hear everybody okay? Please comment on YouTube if you hear all the audio good now and there's no feedback. I can't listen to this. Please let me know. YouTube, well, Carol, I can see the video, Carolina. Let me look this out. Let me look at this for everybody. That being said, let's check this out. Okay. No. I'm really trying to listen to it, but I don't hear the audio on YouTube. This is so crazy. Jeremy's voice isn't coming through. He just went silent. Jeremy's silent. Everybody's seeing that Jeremy's silent. All right, guys, let's try one more thing. Hold on. Try one more thing. Let's try this. All right, Jeremy, say something. Let's see what happens.
Something. Check. Daniel is a terrible closer. Oh, you heard that.
Yeah.
I'm listening. Hold on. We're almost there.
Okay. How you guys doing? So
we're good. It officially works. Also, I told you to say something. I didn't tell you to completely lie, right? Nobody believed you when you said that one thing that you said that one time. All right, guys, we're good to go. We're ready to go. Samir, let's start it. Let's put the names in a hat.
Yep.
And let's get the spinner wheel going.
Okay, let's do. Okay, I'm gonna share for the order.
All right.
Let's run the. Okay, yeah, we'll run the whole order now. Then I guess.
And
just run the whole order now.
Yeah, we'll run the whole.
Samir, you and me are the only ones that are not competing. Everyone else here is competing.
And Brandon.
It's pinned. Okay.
Yeah, me, Brandon, and Samir will be the judges for tonight, and then you'll be the seller.
Okay.
Boom. Okay. Sorry, block him on screen. Here's the list, baby. Let's go.
Let's put Savannah Blaze up front. Get a number one.
Okay, we got the queen going up first.
I wanted to go first.
Let's
Sweet.
go. All right, this is working out the way it's supposed to. Let's see who's next. I'm going
Yes.
Ashley. I'm saying Ashley's next. Let's see if my predictions are on.
Okay.
They've been pretty good. When I called it, it's been pretty good. Let's see. No, Angie. It's like Ashley, but different. Okay. Boom. Now I'm predicting Eddie. Let's see what my predictions are like. Let's see. I've already missed one. Man, I'm off. All right, predictions are done. No more predictions for me tonight. Then Savannah.
Savvy Blaze.
Then who?
Let's see if you're 0 for 5.
No, I'm not guessing anymore. You know what I mean? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice.
He's just taking 3 L's.
Yeah, I'm just. At some point, you got to stop talking. All right, Ashley, and then wrapping it up with Mr. Mustache himself. All right, this is the way tonight's going, guys. Did you just spin that?
Yeah. The way my OCD works, I can.
You had to spin it. You could not spin it. Okay, that makes sense to me. All right, guys. So we know what this is. Did anybody take note of that order? Because I certainly did not.
I did not, but I remember Jen, Angie, Savannah, Ashley,
Let me
Eddie.
write this down.
No, I was last. I was after Eddie.
Stop it. Okay. Jen.
So good thing for you, Savannah. I do have a AZ Sub 2 regional meeting with our Arizona group at 5:00 today. So if I can't go last, I'll switch with you.
Sounds good.
Well, you better switch now. If
That
that's
sounds
the
like,
case.
that sounds like a lot of information that nobody really wanted to hear, Eddie. So.
Well,
Angie trying to be slick. Switched it up.
You saw that?
Not mad about
I don't
it.
know if that was
I'm not
intentional.
mad about it.
I have no idea if that was intentional.
All right. So we're good to go, guys. So now we know the order. Jen is going first. Samir, you're now go ahead and randomize this stuff. Get those over to Jeremy. Obviously, send all of them to all of us, right? To myself, Brandon, Jeremy. We're gonna get this going. Jen's obviously gonna go first. Jen may have to shut her camera off. So that way she can not have to worry about audio issues. We'll do a quick text with her to make sure that her audio issues are not messing up. And then we're going to be good to go.
And Jen, you got this. You already got the crown.
Let me actually, let me get all this out the way first. Also, guys, for anyone who does not know the scoring criteria, there it is.
There's the scoring criteria in the chat.
Boom. Okay, so we're doing a personality spin. Jeremy, I'm going to send you both these in a second.
Samir, I hate that you have OCD, but then you put some lazy, limited version of the actual scoring criteria in the chat. Just put the actual.
That was just how I have it in my notes because it keeps it neater, like the long.
Okay, that works.
Yeah,
Ashley
that's how.
Oh, boom. Okay, so there you go, Ashley. Ashley put the criteria in the chat for everybody who's watching.
Boom, thanks, Ashley.
Watching on YouTube, appreciate you guys.
Okay, so we got the personality, and let me just spin the scenario.
When's B-Rad going?
He's not. He quit. He dropped out of the competition.
I'm not going, bro.
What?
Yeah, he just completely quit. He quit like 3 weeks in, bro.
What?
Yeah.
Why?
I'm just not.
What happened to all the shit talking?
I was a
I wasn't talking shit to you.
I know, but you were running your mouth to some other people. What happened?
See, what happened was.
What?
I'm just curious. I want to see B-Rad go.
DQ, you want the? Actually, yeah, I'll give you guys the personality.
You see me go.
It's been.
Okay,
It's
so-
been a
See
year.
you go. So what Brandon's saying is
Tuesday nights.
he's okay with doing it as long as there's not anything on the line.
Tuesday nights in the Mormon church.
You know what I mean? In Jesus. Jeremy
Jeremy, you
Norton
got
and Pace
it.
Morby willing to put the rep on the line, but not Beateran, not him.
Be Rain.
What? Is there a reason or just you just?
I said,
He
I
decided
haven't
a
heard the
life of
reason.
pacifism.
Something
don't
pacifism,
feel like
is that
it.
what it is? He's
Yeah,
going- he's
yeah.
going
He
to-
was just like,
Yeah, but he's
You're not
still eating
beefing
a
no
lot
more.
of Chinese food, right? He's eating beef, but it's like Kung Pao beef. What's your favorite order at the Chinese restaurant?
hey, yo.
Hey. Right now, broccoli and garlic sauce or white rice.
Okay, so maybe you are going the pacifist route. I mean, rip to the broccoli that you just decided to kill for your eating enjoyment, but all right. So, Jeremy, do you have the information? It's been sent out to you.
I do. It's here now. Hold on.
Okay,
Reading
we're gonna read through it.
Good luck with this, Jeremy.
Just clarity. If it says
Wait, hold on. Okay, just be if it's gender neutral. You can be yourself, Jeremy.
I didn't know if I had to be like,
No, you can.
Yeah, I was gonna ask that
If
as
you want
well.
to go
I'm
in
not
and you
sure.
want to just be your best self, you can.
I'm gonna need your best offer.
Yeah, let's
Hold on.
not do that. Let's not do that. Just
So Mickey Mouse is on the phone.
Mickey trying to lock up the Magic Kingdom.
Okay. Okay. All right. Let me. You know what? I'm gonna copy this real quick. I'm gonna put it into a notepad just so I can have it in front of me.
Yeah.
Okay, this is going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. Jeremy, just guys, no hints in the chat. It's a competition, so no hints in the chat. And we'll go from there. Jeremy, there may be a couple times where I'll swap out with you as judge, bro, so you can kind of give your perspective as the seller and be judge, and we can swap that out a little bit. But that being said, man, we're going to get this thing going. Guys, no comments in the chat. It's a competition, so make sure you keep the comments until afterwards. Jeremy, if you can keep your eye on the chat, just so that way if I need to kind of give you some tweaks as far as the direction, we'll do that. But that being said, I think that's pretty much it. Where's the queen closer? There she is. Jen, do you want to
Brandon, you got it too, right?
You may need to.
Yeah, I got it. I was just reading it.
Okay.
You may need to.
If you want, you could. My fault, bro.
I want
was
to
just saying you
chat.
could just
Oh,
post in a
are you
group chat and I'll
checking
throw
my
it in.
connection?
Yeah, we're checking your connection, Jen.
Do I sound okay?
You sound
I
good.
might not
You
hear
sound good.
anything. Turn up volume. Okay.
You
Good.
sound
I
good.
tried to.
Samir,
Try to
look
get
at
people
your
to-
messages real quick.
What happened, Jeremy?
Look at your messages real quick.
Yeah. Yeah. That's personality type.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
You're right.
Samir, you were going to ask a question.
No, I was gonna say if you wanted to just throw us all in a group chat, then I could just send it all to us there if you want to do it. That way, if you guys want to send messages, it's not gonna get lost in the chat.
Will you be able to
That's
send
on you.
Should I do it like in Facebook, or can you do it on text?
I can do it on text. I have it on my computer.
Okay, I'll put us all in a group text then.
Yeah.
Okay, that being said, guys, enough preamble. Myself, Brandon, Samir are going to be the judges for this particular round. Jeremy's going to be the seller. He has the criteria. We've got all of the setup. We're getting into it for the rest of the night. Queen Closer Jen is going up first. We have the list of orders tonight. If you're watching in the chat, please show some love to everybody that's competing tonight. This is the final night and opportunity to make it to the main event. That being said, guys, what's going to happen is this. I'm going to set a timer for 6 minutes on the call. The person's going to say ring, ring. As soon as Jeremy says hello, I hit start. They have 6 minutes to make the magic happen. You guys will hear the buzzer. That's when the conversation starts, and then the scoring begins. Jen, do you have any questions on your side before we get started?
No, I don't.
All right. Jeremy, you good?
I am.
Jeremy,
good.
do you have tissues?
Ooh.
I'm good. I don't need. Oh wow. Are we expecting?
I've heard him
waterworks
role
from
play
you?
in the past.
Yeah. Okay. We got this. We got this. All right.
All right. I like it. Jen, whenever you are ready, just say ring, ring.
Okay. Ring, ring.
Hello.
Hello, Jeremy. This is Jen. I have a note here that says you might sell your house on Queen Closer Lane, and I'm a local buyer. Is that still true?
That is absolutely true. Oh my God, I am so happy that you're calling right now. Like you will not believe my day.
Oh, I'm so happy. I'm happy that we're talking then. I have 5 minutes until my next call. So if we're the right fit, we can set up a follow-up call. Is that fair?
Oh, that's totally fine. I can talk for 5 minutes. I could talk for 10 minutes. I mean, really, like you've got me. You've got me. Let's go, girl.
Okay. Okay. Well, great. Well, catch me up to speed. Why are you selling?
Well, I mean, let me tell you, first of all, that what I love doing is important to me. Okay. I need you to understand that. I love fashion, 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 fashion.
You love
And,
fashion. Okay.
yeah,
So
and
it
what I don't
sounds like,
nope.
yeah.
What does it sound like? Sorry. What do I sound like something?
No, I was gonna say it sounds like you're super passionate about fashion. Is what do you have coming that's motivating you to sell?
Well, let's just say that I love my house. I love my house. I don't want to sell. But my dad, he likes lawyers more than he likes fashion. And he is not very happy with me that I've decided to quit law school and I'm moving to New York to be a fashion designer. Oh my God, I said it.
Oh my goodness. Well, Jeremy, congratulations for you just taking the bull by the horns and doing what you love. So your dad, what do you mean? What's going on with lawyers?
Well, I so sorry, girl. I was going to be a lawyer and I was in school for that. And I was going to Dartmouth. And my dad and my mom, they were very, very encouraging for me to go become a lawyer. And I was going to fight in the court and I was going to do the whole thing wearing the suit and
I
tie.
see.
And now that I decided to change that, they don't want to pay my mortgage anymore.
Oh no. Okay, so the mortgage is now a problem. So are you behind on payments?
No, no, no. Like I said, I don't have to sell.
You don't have to sell. But how much longer can you keep up with the payments?
Well, hopefully, if I can sell a couple of these cut off shirts that I'm wearing underneath my sweatshirt right now, then hopefully I can pay it next month.
Okay. Okay. So it sounds like timing is definitely a factor. So would you be looking to sell then in the next 30 days just in case to actually avoid that uncertainty?
I don't know. I mean, I'll be honest, I don't, like I said, I don't really want to sell, but if the price is right, why? What are you doing right now? Are
Well,
you
if Yeah, so we do a variety of things, and it depends on sometimes on the condition of the home and how fast you need to sell. So would you say this is it market ready or is it more of a fixer-upper?
It is definitely market ready. It is beautiful. I painted all the walls. There's
Okay.
my master bedroom is striped, and then my side bedroom is polka dots,
Okay.
and then a
I'm
leopard print.
so sorry to interject. It sounds incredible, Jeremy. I just want to make sure we have enough time here. If it's so beautiful and it sounds great, is there a reason you haven't listed with the realtor?
Like I said, I want to try to work with my dad, but my dad's not even talking to me.
Oh no. Okay. Okay, I get it now. So if we could help, and so that perhaps I could help speak with your dad because it sounds like the mortgage is in his name. Would he, we can all be on the same page in agreement to sell. Would that help you?
I think that can definitely help me. I mean, again, my dad's not answering my calls at all, which is it's hurtful. Let me just say that. But he is, I mean, you're right. He is on the title with me. So
Okay.
I would need him to give approval to this. I don't know what he wants. I don't know what his plan
Okay.
is, but he's not helping me.
Got it. Okay, I have one more question, Jeremy. It looks like the next step is going to be important for your father to be on the same page with us, since he will have to sell also. He will have to sign, I should say, in order to sell. So, do you think that I could try calling him after we get off the phone here? I could clue him in into what we are trying to do to help him get those mortgage payments off his plate. And then we could talk about price at that time, unless you already have a price in mind.
I mean, I bought it last year for 500. And
Okay.
what, I mean, can you come close to that?
I'm going to check. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get together with my underwriter. I'm going to take a look at the comparable properties. It sounds like because it's so beautiful, there's some cash might not be the way out because it might not be what you need to cover that mortgage. So if you're open to hearing some other strategies when we have our follow-up call, I can walk through those things with you. And in the meantime, you can text me over your father's number and I can give him a call. Would that work for you?
Girl, what's your sign?
Cancer, what's your sign?
I'm a Scorpio, my God.
Oh my gosh, I knew this was meant to be. So
But
how
yeah,
about this, Jeremy? You've been such a pleasure to talk to. I'm going to give you a call, your father a call here. Text me his number, and then I'm going to share that other strategy. If you could please send me perhaps a copy of the most recent mortgage statement in the meantime, that would be helpful.
And
well, my
that
dad
is
gets that, just so you know.
time, ladies and
Okay,
gentlemen.
I'll get that from him.
All right,
I'm gonna get
that
that
was
from-
time. That was time. That was time. I got muted on the wrong thing. I guess somebody muted me because I was making noise in the background.
Yeah, I'm muted. My fault. I heard the microwave.
No,
So.
you're good. You're good.
Jeremy.
Okay, that was very, very
Wow.
interesting. So, Jeremy, as we get started in the scolding, Samira, you can bring it up.
Yeah.
Jeremy, talk through the
I'll see it.
motivation. So, did you see my my comments?
I did.
I also dropped in the
So by
chat.
the way,
It was
am I-
intentional, I'm assuming. Go ahead.
Yes. So by the way, I'm posting this. Oh, there it is. So I first read sellers financially dependent on her parents while she was in law school. She recently decided she wanted to pursue fashion design. So her parents disowned her, cut her off financially. She can no longer afford the house and wants to sell. Her dad is on title with her. He won't speak to her. So, I mean, I'll tell you where a lot of my motivation came from. It came from my desire and my passion in fashion. I've got a passion in fashion. So, no, I knowing it was a yellow personality, and obviously, if I'm trying to get into fashion design, I'm definitely a little bit flamboyant. I'll say that. So I was very talkative. Here's the problem though, that for Jen, I think that she needed to face, and I'm not gonna, I'm not judging this part, but I was very open. But the true person she needed to talk to was the father. And because if he's financially paying for everything, it's his decision ultimately. Like I'm a passenger on this ride. And so even though I'm on title, dad's paying for it. It's really going to be his decision. So I'm glad that Jen found that towards the end. But
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, it was good because it's interesting with a yellow seller, right? Like, how do you be a yellow seller without giving up all of the motivation, right? You got to make them earn the motivation, but you also, you're yellow. So it's just like, where's the balance? And you did hold a couple of things in the background. Obviously, that motivation is in the chat. Brandon, we'll go ahead and start with you, man. Give us your scoring.
Finishing that right now. So I got on an intro. So good job, Jen. Good to see you. Intro, I had a 3.75. I thought it kind of sounded like a little robotic coming off on the especially with Jeremy coming off with that energy, like hello. I think your response just sounded a little robotic on your tone. It could be nitpicking, but that's what stood out to me. Rapport, I thought it was a 4.5. I feel like, I mean, with yellow, they're so open. Yet, on the back end, as I think about rapport, I define it as trust and credibility. I still felt like there was some kind of guard there. Like, hey, did you get her to open up completely? Like Jeremy said, you need to speak to the dad, but she just kept saying, I don't need to sell. But yeah, so I have 4.5. I have 4.5. I could really dig deep into that. On fact finding, I thought a 4. Again, I thought there was just more to uncover, and I think getting that dad would have been great. I mean, obviously there's no dad right now, but how would you feel? How is this affecting you financially? What are your other options? And just digging a little deeper into it. Again, it's always tough with the short time frame. Overcoming objections. There weren't really any what you did overcome, I think, was great, right? You cut off Jeremy a few times, like, hey, that's great, especially on the condition part. So that was really dope. So I'm gonna give you a I'm gonna give you a 5 on overcoming objections just for how you handled Jeremy as a yellow seller. And then solutions, I thought you were pretty solid. You identified that the father, you need to speak to the father, and you said, hey, would that help if I spoke to him? So I'm gonna give you a 4.5 there, and then follow up. I don't think you set an exact appointment on a follow-up call, did you?
I did 30 minutes.
Oh, you did. Okay, I'm gonna give you a 5 on that.
Interesting. Very, very high scores for Jen, with the exception of the intro. Guys, as a little bit of context for anybody who hasn't been watching this, basically what I've been encouraging with the scoring is as much as we may have particular preferences with certain areas, I'm not just scoring on my personal preference. We're scoring on not just that, but how well it worked in the conversation. So let's say hypothetically somebody has a line or an intro or a takeaway that I'm not a fan of, but it happens to work really well. I'm not going to grade them on what I like. I'm going to grade them on how it worked in the conversation. That's kind of how we're doing it here. Samir, I'm going to go ahead and jump over to you, bro. Let you take round 2 on this one.
Okay, gotcha. Hey, Jen. Great call. I actually really like the call. Yellow sellers are tough, to DQ's point, because the battle with them is not getting on the same page necessarily. Yellow sellers are naturally easy to connect with, but it's kind of fighting through the muck and getting actual objective information and kind of pushing that call forward, which I think you did really well on. On the intro, I actually like the intro. I think you could have definitely went up to match the energy since he came in really, really high up, but I mean, it was almost cartoonish, so I think it wouldn't have really made sense for you to go all the way up there. I think you did come in with relatively high energy, so I actually really liked your intro. I think it was quick, it was to the point. To again, also to Daniel's point, just personally, I don't love ending with the question like, is that true? But is that correct? Same thing. I mean, I'm probably nitpicking on that, but I like the way you delivered it, just because it was quick and it was to the point. So actually, I'm giving you a 4.5 on the intro. I like the intro. Rapport, always the hardest to judge when it comes to a yellow seller, purely because it's not just about how fluent the conversations with the yellow, it always is going to be. But a part of it is, do you have that trust? Do you think you're going to be able to solve that problem? For me, I think you did a good job at least trying to reassure the seller that you were going to be able to contact their father and to help them kind of through the process. So I gave you a 4.25 on the rapport. Fact finding and uncovering motivation. So if I'm going line by line, I feel like you got basically all of these. You discussed that the law school portion of it. You discussed that they wanted to get into a fashion. Did you get from them that they were being financially cut off? Or Jeremy, did that come up like that?
Yes.
Did it really come up?
Oh, yeah, he did.
Oh.
Well, he said
I know you mentioned he stopped paying the
no
mortgage.
longer paying. Yeah,
The
he was no
mortgage,
longer
right.
supporting his lifestyle.
Yeah, can no longer afford the house. Dad is on title. You have that. Won't speak. You have that. So I mean, I'm not really missing a lot from it. I think to Jeremy's point, the main thing to find here was that the father is going to be the main person. But I mean, I have all the information on my end, so I'm gonna go ahead and but I'm gonna give you a 5. It's tough. Again, it's a yellow seller, and they're giving you a lot of info just out of the sake of talking. But you have all the info there, and I think you did a good job figuring out. I was a little concerned you weren't going to be able to get that dad info about them being on title, but you did specifically ask about the dad being on the mortgage. Overcoming objections with yellows, again, I think the issue with yellow sellers is going to be fighting through how talkative they are. You're not going to get the objection of, hey, I don't like this or I don't like that. Typically, sometimes you can with the yellow seller, but a lot of times it's just going to be, they're going to talk so much, they're going to make it hard for you to ask questions. I think you were polite in the way you brought them back into the convo, and you snapped the convo back multiple times throughout. So I give you a 4.5 on the overcoming objections. Oh my God, why do I keep clicking on the wrong thing? Boom. Presentation of solutions. This one is tough just because I see what you were doing with starting to go down the creative route, right? Like you want to at least give them some idea of where you're going to go. And in their case, I think you had to jump a little bit to assume that, hey, look, you probably don't have a lot of equity, so you're just setting the table. And I like the fact you didn't get super deep into it. It doesn't make sense in this conversation. But there is a certain amount of assumption still going on, which is difficult with these calls when we're presenting solutions just with creative. Like, you don't know, right? You might go back and run the numbers, and for whatever reason, cash really still might be the best bet. But the main thing you did do, which I personally think was the main thing you had to establish in this, was to get the fact that you're going to get in touch with the father, right? Because that is going to be the person that's going to actually be the one you talk to. That's really the solution here, right? The house part of it, yeah, it's true. You need to discuss with them what's the best way to move forward with the house. But the way this conversation genuinely moves forward is if you talk to the father. So I gave you a 4.5 on that, because to me, you setting the appointment with the father and being able to get there is the main thing. Strength to close and follow up. I know you guys got cut off like right at the end. He tried to circle back on you right when he asked you your sign. We tried to get the follow up the first time, but I think you did good to fight back and get the follow up. You got the follow up, so 5 out of 5 on that. Great job though.
Hey, can I edit something on my end? Actually, yeah, after listening to Samir, I want to put fact finding at 5 for Jen, because I remember when I asked you guys, how do we judge fact finding? It was that covering the entire paragraph that we were sent, and she did that. She really did uncover everything that was there. So, yeah, I'll put a 5 there.
Okay, so here's what. Go ahead. Here's my thoughts on this. I'll go through this fairly quick. We covered quite a bit, guys. So I'll just kind of breeze through my thoughts. Intro, I have 4.25 for the intro. I liked the intro. I thought it was good. You could have slightly matched a little bit more, but to be honest with you, I think it was an efficient enough intro. It was really unnecessary, and matching a yellow person isn't always the best idea, right? So I think it was a good intro. I think you were good there. Rapport building, I'm going to give you a 4.5, and here's why. Because he asked for your sign at the end. I do not give credit for a yellow person being friendly. You didn't earn that. They're just friendly people by default, right? But asking personal questions at the end of the call, I've said this for a long time. Somebody asking you, hey, what was your name again, is one of the best signs that you can get that you did a good job on a conversation. This was a yellow, that personality's version of what's your name again, right? It was what's your sign, right? I really, really like you. So I like that. I thought that was good. Probably would have been lower, but that for me solidified that there was some sort of a bridge built there, and it was more than just her personality type. I'm going to go a little harsher on the fact finding, because Jeremy made it really easy. Right? Jeremy made it really, really easy. And so can I give you credit? This is the catch-22 on this. Do I give you credit for getting all the things when he gave up 60% of it without you even asking, right? Hey, what's going on? So here's my whole situation. Can't really score you for that. You didn't do that, right? But I can't knock you for that either. Here's the thing. Like, one thing that you have a tendency of doing is you're very focused on the 4 pillars. And while I do think that's a good framework, I think that a good framework can also hurt you if you're in the wrong conversation. And so I think that when you started going like talk to me about motivation, the condition of the property, that would have gone on a completely wrong road, but you spent very, very little time there. That being said, that was my tough part, 4.5 on that. Just to bridge the gap there of the yellow seller. Overcoming objections, 4.5 there. There wasn't really much there. I think you did a good job of reining him in though, right? Like, you did a great job. Hey, I just want to do this. Fantastic job of doing that. So I think you got, for the most part, it was a little tight towards the end, but you got that. 4.5 for presentation and solutions. I think you did a good job with that. You got the follow-up, right? I mean, he jumped in towards the end to ask your sign, but I don't think that should count against you. I think that was just a reflection of how good you did. So I'm going to give you 5.
Let me say one thing. I think when Daniel was talking about the fact finding, I'm in complete agreement with him in that essence, because I did give up a lot of information about me personally. Jen, what I would have loved to have seen is you start asking more questions about the fathers, right? Like, getting a little more details, because ideally you're going to have to contact the father, and getting a little bit of inside info about dad would help that next conversation so much more. Yeah. And because he is the ultimate decision maker. So it really doesn't matter what you and I talked about. It really matters about what that next conversation is going to look like. And if you can tee up that next conversation to give you as much leverage in understanding who dad is, where he works, I mean, get all that details from me, so that when you call, you can be like, oh my God, you work at Stanley and Cooper? Holy shit. I do fact-finding information like that, where if I know going into a conversation that they worked for a certain company or they did something extra, I'm actually going to find something that I can build rapport on, and I'm going to use that as leverage. So that was the only thing that I would say. Fact-finding should have focused a little bit more on dad.
Like that, how would you have scored? Would you have scored similarly, Jeremy, or would you have done anything drastically different?
I would have scored similarly. I mean, for regards to me being the primary focus, she got everything she needed from me. But I'm not the one steering the boat. That's Dad.
Yeah.
And so that's where asking questions, like I said, it wasn't a 5, definitely like a 4.5. Asking questions like, hey, what is Dad's goal right now? Do you know about, like, last time you spoke to Dad, did he buy this property to help you? Is it an investment? Does he hate you? What do you think Dad wants to do?
Yeah, I agree. I agree 1,000%.
That's good. Good questions.
So good stuff, guys. All right. That unfortunately knocks out Miss Robin Hurt, very sadly. Robin, how are you feeling? Are you sad? Are you upset? Are you going to attack somebody in the parking lot? Talk to us.
I am not upset. I was reasonably certain, not in a negative way, that that would happen. I mean, Oliver and I were at the bottom, and so we know these power players that are coming here at the end, and we knew that from the bottom is where they have to disappear. I'm not disappointed, or not disappointed is not the right word. I'm not upset. I think it's great to see whoever lands in there, and I wish the best for every single person that gets to be going and having this opportunity. It will be awesome for anyone who gets to go.
Love that so much. Appreciate you. Jen, how are you feeling?
Oh, Jeremy. His energy, it was just like that was the bane is yellows. So it's really hard for me not to get sucked into those conversations because I can kind of gel with anybody. So I was so ready to jump on Jeremy's train and talk fashion, and we could have gone down a really big rabbit hole. So he like pumped up my nerves. That was the hard part, was keeping my energy like within control, so I didn't like lose control, which that was the biggest challenge while I was in it. So your points are super valid, Jeremy. Those are great questions, and thank you to all of you judges. I really, respect you.
Love that. Good stuff. Well, honestly, great positioning here, Jen. I think it's pretty likely that your seat in Arizona is set here. We'd have to do the math, but I'm pretty positive that's what that means right now.
I don't think she could get knocked out. There's not enough people left.
Yeah. Let's run through this thing, guys. Let's run through this thing. Let's make sure that we get everything going the way it needs to go. Who was up next?
Angie.
Angie Milenaza. Miss Angie. All right, Samir, I created the group text. Go ahead and send the motivation into the group text. Guys, if you're watching on the Zoom, we got 80-something people here in the Zoom. We got another 15 over there in YouTube land. Guys, if you guys are watching this, when it's time to do the scoring, if you want to give your feedback and put your own scoring in the chat, I'd love to hear everybody else's perspective on this and get a crowd consensus on this. Obviously, you don't want to give any hints while we're doing this, but I'd love to hear everybody else's scores on things as we're going through this stuff. Angie, how are you feeling? You nervous? You happy? You excited?
Oh, I'm excited. I'm excited to go.
Okay. You ready to crush? Are you coming for Queen Closer Jen's neck? Is that what you're doing? That's what I heard.
No. I'm just coming to have fun. That's all.
I like it. Okay. Samir, you have everything going on your. Yep. See, Luke was just going to give Jen a bunch of 5s. This is why you just can't let everybody score. Everybody just gets 5s. 5, 5, 5s.
Jen's dropping in the chat right now.
Dropping it in there. Very nice. About to post this on the Instagram. Get everybody out here. Luke was definitely going to give Savannah 5s. I'm excited to see how the rest of these go tonight. It's going to be good. We saved the last day for some good people.
And by the way, people, that last call, that's very typical for a divorce situation. So like, it's not dad not paying the bills. It could very well be husband not paying the bills, wife not paying the bills, stuff like that. So, and they're not talking to each other. So yeah, just something to point out that is not an uncommon scenario.
I love it. All right, we got everything in the chat. Okay, so we'll let you make the decision on that, Jeremy.
Jeremy, you see what I put?
Did you see it? It's in the text. Check your text. In your text. Yeah, it's in your text.
Yeah, it's in the text, bro.
All right, guys, we're looking through the motivation here real quickly to make sure that everybody is on the same page.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So your call, bro. Thank you.
Give me 1 second. Let's get him. Hold on.
Yeah, hold on. Let me just...
Can you send him that? Can you send him like the will, Samir?
Yeah. Hold on.
Just Google that real quickly.
Yeah.
Appreciate you guys. We're just making sure that all of the motivations and everything are good in the back end, so that Jeremy is good for his call.
Hold on, might have it in my notes. Give me 1 second.
I think if you Google it, the whole graphic will come up.
Yeah. Okay, gotcha. Yeah.
Cool.
Hey, Daniel, real quick, has any thought been for folks that are clumped in that 0.1 range, if one person gets knocked out, and is there a runoff or something like that?
Say that one more time, Sharon.
Sure. So there's a few people that are clumped in between 0.1 and 0.4 difference. So if one person gets bumped out, or two people get bumped out, is there like a runoff for those people that potentially?
No, it's the top 8 that get to advance. A scenario where, let's say, for example, Robin right now is right at the end, but let's say somebody's not able to make it to the main event, right? If that's a scenario where maybe we could bring that person back in. We'll have to see what that looks like. But other than that, no. The only time we would be doing like a runoff is if there was a tie.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
So just thinking of subjectivity of number of the scenario that you talked about last week.
Okay. Everybody good to go?
Yep.
Let's see. All right, Angie. You know what's about to happen. You've done this before. You really, really do this. Do you have any final questions before we get started?
Nope.
All right.
Ready.
Jeremy, keep your eyes on the chat just in case, but so far so good. Not too hard, not too easy. I would and then whenever you're ready, you say ring ring. Timer starts when he says hello.
Okay. Ring ring.
Hello.
Jeremy, hi, this is Angie. And the reason for my call today is because you had spoke with my partner, Savannah, about selling your property at 123 Main Street. Do you have about 5 minutes to chat?
Sorry. Who are you again?
My name is Angie.
Hi, Angie. And you say I spoke to Savannah. I don't know. I've been talking to a lot of people lately. Can you remind me what this is about? Sorry.
Great, yes. So I'd just like to clarify some notes I'll clarify those notes about what you guys had spoke about. I just want to see if we're a good fit for you. So if everything checks out, I would love to schedule another call and possibly walk you through an offer. Does that sound like something of interest?
Oh, okay. Got it. Yeah. You're looking to buy the property. Okay. Sorry. I've been talking to a lot of people about a lot of things. So.
Yeah. Okay. Well, is selling this property something you're thinking about, or were you just entertaining?
I mean, entertaining is a good word, but yes, we are serious about selling. But I'm trying to figure out what that looks like exactly. And, obviously trying to get the best offers we can, but, I'm fact finding right now. I'll put it that way.
Yeah. Well, what's got you thinking about selling the property?
So I'm going to be honest, this is a little bit outside my scope of knowledge. This is a property that my father was working on, and then he died.
Oh no, I'm so sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it's okay. Thank you.
Yeah, so sorry. So he was working on this property, so it was your father's property.
Yeah, it was one of his passion projects. Yeah.
Oh, darn. I'm sorry. So it's not something that you want to fix up and sell yourself?
What do you mean? Like, do you think I could even do that?
Well, how can I help? I think I can. I would really love to help you with this. I don't know if that's something you can do, but if not, that's what I'm here for. that is definitely something we can do. And you know, by the looks of it, I see it online. It looks like a great property. Have you thought about talking to a real estate agent at all?
I mean, again, I'm trying to figure this out right now. I'm needing to understand what my best plan is. And
Okay.
there's a
So
lot.
are you the personal representative for your dad's estate?
I am the personal representative, but there are other family members that are definitely being pushy right now, and it's kind of my job to figure this out.
Oh, I gotcha. I gotcha. I've worked with a lot of probates, and I can definitely help you with this. Definitely. And you know, I am an investor. We do fix up homes. We can fix this property up, and I actually want to use it for a rental. So let's see if we can come up with a solution and help you, you know, get this sold to us. Does that seem like something, you know, that you're interested in?
Can you explain to me what exactly that would look like? I mean, you mentioned an agent. I mean, are you an agent?
I am not an agent. I am an investor, but I do know agents, you know, and I could help you with that. But if I have a solution for you, I would love to work with you and help you out on this.
Do you know anything about like fixing up homes? Is that your job?
That is my job, Jeremy. That is definitely our job. We do lots of fix and flips, but we also do a lot of buy and holds. And, you know, this house possibly could be a fix and flip for us.
Okay. What do you think the house is worth? Like, again, when my dad died, he had a vision. I don't know what that vision is. What do you what do you think?
Well, I just need some more info, and then I think I could come up with a plan to help you. What I haven't really done any underwriting on this property. So what I could do is have my underwriter underwrite this, see what number we could come up with. And, you know, I could call you back and we could walk it through with you and see if, you know, it's a good fit.
Okay. That's fine.
What price were you thinking about getting? Like,
well, I look at Zillow, and Zillow says 500,000 is what the house is. What do they call it? Zestimate.
Yep.
But I'm confused because I also know that it was in the middle of being worked on. And so I don't know. Can you tell me?
Yeah, well, Jeremy, let me do this. Let me get with my underwriter. I'm going to come up with a number, and then I'm going to give you a call back in about a half an hour and see what we can do for you. I really want to help you out with this. Does that sound like a plan?
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
Okay, let me go ahead and do that, and I'll be talking to you in about 30 minutes, okay?
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Jeremy.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, with 10 seconds to spare, let's see how it goes. Very, very interesting call. Different change of pace, different personality type. Really going to be interested to see how these scores end up playing out. Let's go ahead and pull the score sheet up. Guys, if you're in the chat, you're welcome to throw your thoughts as far as what you thought the score categories would be. Angie, how are you feeling after your call?
I was nervous.
I think
I feel great. I mean,
okay. That's all you can do. All you can do is show up and crush, and that's exactly what you did. We'll go ahead and who wants to go first, Samir or Brandon?
I don't mind going first again, unless.
Okay. All right, Brandon, do your thing, bro. No, do your thing, man.
Do your thing, 21.
No.
The intro, I thought that would have hit harder. Samir appreciated it though.
I did.
So did the artist.
Thank you. Intro, I thought it was solid. I didn't think you really answered his question in the beginning, and then he kind of answered it for you, and he was like, "Hey, so what are you calling me for?" And then he said, "Well, you know, we can get to my notes later." And he said, "Okay, were you calling about the property?" But I thought it was a solid intro. I'm gonna go 3.75 as well. Rapport, I thought it was I don't know if you ever got his trust on here. But I'm trying to think, what does that mean, right? Like, what does that look like as well? I thought there was an opportunity when he said his father died for you to ask, hey, how you holding up versus just sorry. So he could possibly open up because this person here is someone who could go through something, but on the surface level, they're calm. So I think, trying to push through and get that emotional side would have been good. So you can problem solve at a higher level and again just connect with him. So I'm gonna give you a 3.5 there. Fact finding, I'm gonna give you a 3. The reason why is because I thought you could have dove deeper on family. He mentioned, sorry, Jeremy. He mentioned that the family's pushy, but how? Right? What's going on there? Who's involved? I think you kind of, again, it's always tough with the time. So, sometimes I feel bad scoring low on some of these, but yeah, just exactly what's going on there. And then, he's trying to figure out what his options are. Well, I think you could have, maybe dug deeper into, well, what options do you currently have right now? And what are you considering? But also, what are you trying to accomplish? And I think that ties into solutions, right? Because what are you trying to accomplish? Your solution could be perfectly tied in with that. That's honoring his name, that's living up to the vision that he had or has, even though he did say he's not sure of the vision. It's trying to stop the beef within the family. Whatever it is, I feel like the solution could have been stronger if the fact finding was better, if that makes sense. And I don't mean to rant on that. So I'll give the solution as well as a 3.5. And the overcoming objections, I want to say I'm not really sure there was any objections to overcome. What did I do for Jen? I did 5. So I'm gonna give a 4 on overcoming objections, and then strength of close / follow-up.
Brent, did you give a score on solutions?
Yeah, solutions 3.5. I think I said.
Oh, okay. I get that.
And then follow up and close. You did set a follow up. You did say, hey, I'm gonna underwrite this property and get back to you. So I'm gonna give you a 4 on that. Thank you, Angie. Good job.
Thanks.
Very, very interesting. All right, I'll go next. I'll mix it up a little bit. This is a tough call, right? Because we just did the role plays, and I heard some of the similar things that we discussed in the role play coming out here. A lot of your focus, Angie, when I hear your calls, it's very, very clear. I really want your house. I need it because I want to use it, and I'm going to help you, right? And I think that as a knee-jerk approach to a conversation, that's a logical approach because I'm telling you I want your house, and I'm telling you that I want to help you. But what that also does is that puts you in a position to make promises that you can't keep, right? And it puts you in a position to where there's not a genuine rapport because then they're like, okay, well then just prove it, right? But one of the powerful things of the pull away and of not being sure if you can buy their house or if their house is a right fit is it makes them want to work with you to get the deal done, right? And so it makes that fact finding a little bit easier. It makes getting information that they otherwise don't need to share with you that much more viable because if I'm like, I'm going to buy your house, don't worry about it. I really, really want to help you. Okay, but tell me this. Well, why do you need me to tell you that? If you're just going to buy my house and you want to help me, just help me, right? But if I'm like, I don't know if I can help you. I don't know if I want to buy your house. I'd love to be able to, but in order to do that, this is what I need. And now all of a sudden the conversation starts shifting a little bit, right? So that's kind of what we discussed, and that's what I noticed in this conversation as well. Strength of intro going 3.75. I'm so sorry, Angie. I got to do it. It was 4 with the the way you did the I think what was the way you phrase it, right? The reason why I'm calling, right? I was like, the reason why I'm calling, it's a little call centery, but that's not fine. But then you said, do you have about 5 minutes? And that's where I think pulled it back, right? You just don't want to ask questions you don't want the answer to. Rapport building. I don't know. I'm going 3.75 on the rapport building because I don't think it was bad rapport. I don't think that there was a connection, though. I agree with Brandon. I don't know that there was an actual connection in the relationship. I think that there was a lot of it was more question asking, right? And I think he wanted to help. I don't know that it landed that well with Jeremy. Fact finding and uncovering motivation. Where's the motivation? Did you post that in here? Okay. I'm going to post this inside of YouTube as well for everybody who's seeing this. Seller had a property that was red tagged by the city. We didn't get that information, did we?
No,
Okay.
not specifically.
Um,
We knew it needed work though.
Correct.
She got that.
Father was working on it before he passed away. Obviously, she got that information. She doesn't know much about real estate. So we got that much. Getting a lot of pressure from uncles, we got that much. So I think the majority of the information was there. We did miss a lot of the extra information, right? That would have been important for the call. And I think that's insignificant. But we've been scoring based on the criteria and based on the important stuff. I think she got that. I'm going to give her a 4 for that. She missed the one part. So we'll knock a point for that. I think that was there. Overcoming objections, I think you would have done fine at the overcoming of the objections. You didn't really get any, and I think it's because you sounded like a capable person. You weren't lost in this call by any mean. I don't know if it was just the best path, but I think you were fine. I'm going to give you a 4 for overcoming objections. Presentation of solutions, I don't know, right? Like what was, you scheduled the follow-up. Other than that, I don't know that and other than you saying I really want this property as a rental, which I think you mentioned at least once or twice, there wasn't really a solution or a viable option that was set, was there?
Just underwriting it.
Yeah, just underwriting it.
Because I didn't know, what I said. I couldn't give them that price right now. So if I could take it to the team and underwrite it, and I'd let them know.
Yeah. That's for me. This is where this gets a little tough, right? Because I think scheduling a follow-up is the right presentation of solutions in a lot of situations. In this, you could have done more. I think you could have said, hey, look, right? And you started doing it. I've done a lot of these before, but you just made it a statement instead of making it a topic of conversation. You say, yeah, I've done this before. I can help you. What I would have maybe suggested is said, you know what? I've done this before. I've seen this. Talk to me a little bit about those uncles. How big of a role are they playing in this situation? Would it be helpful if we scheduled a conference call and we actually sat down together? Because obviously you have a lot on your plate. You're going through this situation. Maybe if I can walk through the situation, is there anything else going on? Now you start getting the red tag information, and now you're presenting a real solution to be the intermediary in this thing. Because what you have is a person who knows nothing about real estate talking to a person about real estate. Instead of telling them how much you do this, you could have demonstrated how you do it, and that would have been a better solution, right? And so presentation of solutions, I'm going 3.5. And strength of close and follow up. I mean, I think we got, where was that last? I mean, I think we got fairly close.
I was calling him back in 30 minutes to give him a number.
I think that was a good follow up,
right? And you had like 10 minutes to spare. I'll give you a 5 on that.
Yeah, I had a clear follow up as well. Boom. All right, I'm gonna hop in here real quick. Angie, intro. I'm gonna stick it out with fellas. I'm gonna give you a 3.75. Could have pushed it to the 4, but that lack of continuity in the start is kind of where I had to knock you that quarter point. But
fun fact, I think, Angie, what score did I say you were going to get on your intro?
That.
What, 3,
I was like, if you use that intro, you're going to probably get a bunch of 3.75s.
But I changed it up, Daniel. I changed it up to what you said.
No, you didn't.
I did it.
You did not. Go back and listen to it.
Oh God, I read the wrong one.
Yeah, Angie, I think it's obviously you're a pro's pro. A couple tweaks and that intro is a 5 out of 5. Just the way it came across here, it was a 3.75. Rapport building, I'm in agreement most of the way across. I think it was a okay conversation. Like, I don't think you did anything to hurt yourself in the convo. I just think it's hard to connect with a seller like this. These types of sellers are very difficult because they don't give you any clear pushback, which oftentimes is actually easier to deal with. And they're not very open either, right? It's neither side. So you really have to kind of work to get that information. I think you could have done a little more question asking to actually, like Brandon mentioned, like with the family and stuff like that. Maybe, just kind of pushing on the feelings about the father. Are they feeling overwhelmed about the house? Like, what are they going to do if it doesn't sell? Just to kind of get them to get that connection through that. So I'm going to give you a 3.5 on the rapport building. I think all things considered, there's, a chance the deal moves forward, but I'm not really sure, right, if they have that connection. Fact finder marks, you're also going to give you a 4. I've been super consistent on judging based on the paragraph. I think there's a couple of like superfluous things that, you could have probably gotten, but I think you got the brunt of the information, enough for you to actually be able to, follow the process and get them a number back. Overcoming objections, same thing. I'm going to give you a 4. I don't think anything really came up. I think the convo was relatively smooth. Presentation solutions, I'm clear across the board on that too. 3.5. I think you laid the table. You mentioned this it's happened a lot in the competition where, hey, we're going to find a solution for you, but there just really isn't one in that convo other than we're going to get back to the team and get you some information, which I think you did relatively well. So I gave you 3.5 on that. And then, I think you got a very clear follow-up. You had time to spare. 5 out of 5 on that.
With a 69, just under the buzzer. All right, Angie, how are you feeling? I am so mad, right?
I was so nervous. I
gotta throw my input in there just for a second.
Please do.
Oh,
please
yes,
do.
please do.
So, Angie, you did a great job on a surface level, and I'm gonna get deep with you here for a second. There were a lot of landmines that I set that you just stepped over, not paying attention. When I said I'm talking to a lot of people, okay, what are the?
I don't think I remember that.
That was at the very beginning. I remember, I think that exact same question.
Yeah, I
it was
forgot
right
about that
after
one.
the intro.
Yeah.
And then you were like, you went and it was like, okay, fantastic. Well, what's going on? You would have got the whole thing. But then you were like, okay, and you went like down a script route.
Yeah. When I said I'm talking to a lot of people, your response to that would have been like, what type of people are you talking to? Let's find out where you are on this process. Your dad just
I did ask you if you were going to use a realtor.
Right. What you should have been asking is, where are you, first of all, where are you in the process? Like, you needed to ask for a lot of questions and you should have gone for the no, right? So are you even ready to sell?
Right.
If the answer is yes, I'm ready to sell, great. Okay, you've mentioned there's your uncles are pushy. What are they determining the sale? Should they be on this conversation? Like, you needed to disqualify a lot of things. Like, ask the question, be like, are you guys fixing up the property now that your father has died? Disqualify. And so eventually you're going to say, well, let me ask you now that I know you're not looking to fix it up, now that I know the probate process is finalized and you're able to sell, if we're able to get you an offer that you're happy with, are you ready to sign today?
Yeah.
If not, I'll follow up with you. But it just sounds to me, when you were asking me these questions, be perfectly honest with you, you're not getting that deal. I'm selling to somebody else. I'm selling to somebody else that identified my pain more, that was able to fix my problems and offer me solutions. And you were just kind of that in the middle person that never really did anything bad, but never really did anything good. You just fell into the pack. So there again, you gotta, if there's ever something said, stop for a second and go, what did he just say? I'm talking to a lot of people. How can I leverage that question? What does that mean? Now I'm going to pull out more information. So that's my input on this.
I think the husband wants to chime in. Ange, I think Jeremy's 100% correct there. You missed a lot of things that you could have went off of, but I think it's because you weren't being you and you were trying to be too scripted or whatever it was you were trying to do.
Yep.
If you would have been you, because you know if somebody had a miscarriage and a divorce and find this and that by going to the gas station, because you're that person and you're inquisitive in how you respond. So I think if you just let all of the preparation go and just had a conversation with them like you normally do, then you would have got all of that stuff. But well, yeah, who have you been talking to? What do those offers look like? You would have went like right to the point instead of trying to go around it in a finesse way to get it out. That's my opinion. But you did great.
Yep.
You did great.
Yeah. I won't lie. I was so nervous. I mean, I'm sure you could hear it in my voice. It was shaking. I was like, oh, I need a drink.
That's not the Angie I hear next to me all day long talking to people. So
no.
You did great. You did great. I'm not saying you did not do great, but that's not the Angie I hear talking all day long.
Well, and Dom, we discussed this earlier today, right? Like I said that to her. Like, there's no question in my mind Angie is going to make friends and develop trust. You got mama bear vibes, right? Like, you're just the type of person I'm going to trust to solve my problems for me. That's just the energy you put out. You know what I mean? And it gets tough when you go into these role plays and you got the clock on you and all these different things. So talk about that experience a little bit, Angie, because obviously you guys do really well. You guys have helped a lot of people get their first deals and then many, many deals after that. Talk to us about this experience for you. Has there been any benefit to you? Have you learned stuff? Like, how's this going to help you going forward?
Oh yeah, gosh, this really, really like helped me. What happened is like, I was so focused on my script and like questions to ask. I wasn't listening to Jeremy. And I was so nervous, but I wasn't being myself. That's for sure. I was not being myself. Cause normally, I mean, I would like, oh God, like, I'm so sorry. Like, I want to get down and see, okay, your uncles, what are they doing? Like I didn't do any of that because I was too focused on the time and worried like, oh, I need to get all this stuff in. And it was just, but I loved it. I had fun. This was great. I'm happy. I'm proud of myself for even doing this.
I love that. Super excited for you, Angie, and it's going to be really cool. We got to collaborate and do more cool stuff together. You guys help a lot of people out in this industry, and we're going to keep doing it. Crush this year.
Thank you.
Let's go. All right. Who's up next? Is it?
Savannah must
Is
be
it
up
the
next.
cotton candy closer?
She's
Not the
jumping
cotton candy
jacks,
closer.
doing
Unless-
push-ups.
Unless Eddie needs to go, because I'm totally flexible.
Yeah, if it's okay that I rock and roll, I can come back at the end of the show and rock and roll, but I gotta be either early or late.
No.
Which
So
one?
here's what we're gonna do. Well, you're already set for last, right? So Savannah, you get to decide what happens. You make this call because you have.
I wasn't nervous until you said that. I don't don't make me make the decision. I honestly don't care. I'm here. I'm going to be here the whole time, regardless if I'm first or last.
Samir,
So
does she go now or does she go after?
Now.
Brandon, you now or
it's
after?
putting me in pain watching
After.
her do whatever it is she's been doing for the last like 2 hours. So like, let's get this done.
2 hours?
I say let Eddie go so that he's not rushing to finish what he has to do over there.
Eddie, is
Ooh,
what
split
you're
vote.
doing that significant? Do you need to get and bounce, or can you come back later? We will respect your time.
I can come back
agree.
later.
Let's stick
I'm
with the
AZ
original spinner.
Okay.
She's got it.
So that means Savannah's going now. She's going to
Cool.
crush.
Cool.
Savannah's going
Cool.
now. Cotton candy. Yo, can we get some ones in the chat for the cotton candy closer? This entire competition would not have been
No one.
as
No,
dope as
guys,
it
can we
was.
put 5? Can we put 5?
Fives in the
Five.
chat. Sorry, fives in the chat. Fives
Why
in the
would you
chat,
do that,
y'all.
Daniel? Why would you manifest funds?
Right, 'cause
Oh,
you're
she's
number
manifesting
one.
all fives.
It had to go in that order because you
Drop
are
air
number
horns.
one because of all of the fives. John threw a 666 in there. I don't know why that was important or necessary.
Oh, that's
But
sketch.
guys, I threw this on YouTube so everybody can see all the fives, all the love and support for you, Savannah. No exaggeration. You have been a gigantic part of why this competition has been as good as it is. You're an amazing person. You have an amazing skill set. You're going to crush regardless. I think you broke through today. I think you figured it out. I think you cracked the code. And I'm excited to see what that looks like in this call today, right?
Right.
Right?
Yes. Yes.
Yvonne's on YouTube saying, "You got this, boo. Boo, boo."
I love you.
She loves you. Heart emoji, not ovals, actual hearts. Okay. Cotton candy closer. While Samir's sending us the motivations and all the things, how are you feeling? What are your thoughts? Talk to us.
I don't know. It's like this right now. It's like.
Okay, that's it.
I feel good. I'm excited. And I just love seeing all the pink and purple and blue colors on my screen right now.
Guys,
just like
on YouTube, check this out. If you guys are in here, look at it. Look at this, guys. Look at all of these backgrounds, right? Let's see how, like all of the different backgrounds with the people who have their camera on, all of them put that up there so that way they could show some love and support to Savvy B, the cotton candy closer. Why? Look at her background. Look at her background. She looks like she's in a world of cotton candy, and she's a
I got
closer.
my cup. Tell Yvonne I got my cup for good luck.
Boom.
Aww.
I love it. Shout out to Yvonne for making her a dope cup that matches her awesomeness and this skill. It's going to be really, really cool. All right, let's pull up the motivation. Let's
This
see.
is a picture my daughter drew of me winning the Closers Octagon. So here it is for motivation.
I just changed my background to pink and purple.
Let's go.
Same.
Hold on. Let me do it too. Let me do
Or
it too.
same.
Let me do it too. Hold on. Hold on. Let me do it too. Lights.
Samir's been about it.
Yeah, you already support us since day
There we
one. You know
go.
what I mean?
There we go. Hold on. It's dark, but I promise you it's pink and purple.
That's dope that you
There's
guys can do it
mine too.
like that.
Hold on, I need to take a picture of this.
Let me get these ones up here.
Savannah, don't be nervous. You got this. You did awesome today too.
You killed it. Oh my God. We're all taking crowns today.
All right, guys. We got cotton candy vibes in the background. Showing love for Savannah.
Love that.
Everybody loves Savannah. Let's see here.
I love that you just have pink and blue lights. Perfect.
Yeah, had to do it. I understand the assignment. Okay, we got this, guys. We're ready to go. Savvy B is ready to crush this thing, be her best self. She had a breakthrough today. She figured it out. Now she's about to show everybody. It's gonna be exciting to see. Jeremy, do you see the motivation? Jeremy, Brandon, Samir, do you guys see the motivation in the chat?
No. Am I missing it?
It's in the text, bro. Text messages. It's on your cell phone, and then what you do is you open up the text thing. It's like a little green bubble. Even though it's an iPhone. It's funny how iPhone makes fun of green bubbles, but their logo for the text message is a green bubble.
iPhones are kid phones.
That logo is from like the early 2000s. Like most people have Android phones.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Phones are. Huh?
iPhone people don't have it figured out the way you think you do.
What happened?
I'm sitting here with an iPhone in my hand talking.
Bro, you have an iPhone.
No,
Yeah.
I also have an Android. I got peer pressured into this thing so people can stop whining in a group chat. That's it. That's the only reason.
You're a people pleaser.
No, that's Samir.
Ooh.
I'm just
have no shame. That's fine. Oh, you guys got me. Everyone likes me.
You guys got everyone likes me. My goal is to find somebody who just doesn't like Samir. That's it.
I don't have to go that far.
Jeremy.
Oh, wait. Yeah, my seller when it was Samir's turn.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, Jeremy, you good to go?
Does it feel good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, so Jeremy's good to go. Brandon, have you seen this?
I have.
I have to screenshot Lizanne. She's so funny.
Okay.
How did she get the text read?
Samir, you're good to go. You sent it over. Everybody ready? All right, guys.
I am.
We got the love in the chat. We got like 100 people here showing more than that, showing love. Savannah, you got this thing. I'm so excited for you. This is gonna be dope.
Hold on, my heart's racing. Hold on. Oh my God, it's not going to stop. We just got to do it.
Nope. Everybody throw your love vibes towards Savannah. Savannah, you got this. We discussed this a million times. You know what you got to do.
That's right. I'm nailing dimes.
Dimes. All right, you know what it is, guys. 6 minutes on the timer. Whenever she says ring, ring, Jeremy's going to say hello. Timer starts, and then we go from there.
Well, then I might pass out. If I pass out, just grade me.
Catch yourself, and then pick yourself back up and handle business.
Jump up and down a little bit.
That's what I've been doing for like 2 hours that we've been on here. All right. Ring, ring.
Hello.
Hey, Jeremy, this is Savvy B. I'm calling about your property on Main Street. My partner said you were looking to sell, and I just wanted to check in and see how the process was going.
Yeah, no, we are selling. I'm just trying to get a little bit of information, and I'm figuring out what's out there. And so, yeah, tell me what you got. What's your offer?
Okay. Yeah, I actually wanted to bring you an offer. I just wanted to ask you a few questions first. When you say you need information, what kind of information are you exactly looking for?
Again, this property we're trying to sell, and I'm trying to figure out what our plan is, and whether, so far I do know that there's 2 roads that I can go down. I can list it with an agent, and I can also sell it to an investor. We've been getting calls from investors, a lot of them. So, yeah, tell me, which one do you think I should go for?
Well, let's figure this out together. What even has you considering selling?
I don't want this house.
Okay. You don't want it anymore? Is it like there's something wrong with it?
I mean, I haven't seen it. I just don't want it. I don't want to deal with it.
Okay. Is it safe to assume this is like an investment?
No. No. It was given to me.
Oh, okay. Like inherited?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Cool. So you have this inherited property and you don't want it anymore. You just want to get rid of it. And you've never even been to the property?
I have not been to the property in 37 years.
37 years? Oh my gosh. Okay. So you have no idea what even condition it's in.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. I understand now. Yeah, that is a little bit tricky. And so you're just, sorry, you're deciding just between an agent or an investor. Okay. I mean, what have you done so far?
I booked flights back home to see my mom. And I mean, I'll just say this, the asshole left me with this problem, and I'm not very happy that I have to deal with this.
Okay. So you're upset that this is even on your plate.
Yeah, pretty much. This is the last thing I wanted to handle right now.
Okay. I hear you. What is like best case scenario? What are you hoping will happen?
I'm hoping that I get a lot of money and have to do nothing for it.
I love that. That's how I operate too. Okay. Do you have an idea of like what that number would look like for you?
I know that I've looked on Zillow and it says 500,000. So I mean, we'll start there. Why? What do you think it's worth? What's your offer?
No, it's honest. It's hard for me to tell because I'm not, obviously there. You haven't seen the property, so you don't know either. 500 is a good starting point. We'd obviously have to like get in there and just, see what we're even dealing with. What do you think as far as like timeline? Like how soon were you hoping to get this done?
Yesterday.
Okay. Do you know, is anybody in the property right now, or is it just sitting there vacant?
I know that his body was removed last week, and I guess apparently I was called from his attorney and said that I was given the house, which I want nothing to do with it. But I think it's a pretty bad stab in the back for him not calling me his son for 37 years and then now dropping this on me.
Oh my gosh, this is, wow. There's a lot going on here. First, I'm just sorry that you're even going through that. I lost my dad too, so let's just figure out how we can solve this for you. I'm a little bit limited right now with not having all the information about the property. Would it be okay if maybe I sent out one of my partners to just take a look and see what we would be looking at?
Sure. Are you in the area?
I do have boots on the ground over there. It's one of my good partners. So as long as they'd be able to like get into the property.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I'll be honest with you. What was it? Cardi B?
Savvy B, but sure, we can go with that.
I'll be honest with you. Right now, again, even though I told you I want to be done with this, I also know that my mom can use this money. I know my family can use this money. So I'm trying not to let my emotions control me and just throw this away. I'm obviously going to make sure that it's the right offer, but I want to also work with the right person. And I've never done this before. I've never bought or sold a house. So yeah.
Okay, so you got a lot of people to consider in this decision. I totally get that. Let me do this. I want to go to work for you. I need to do a little bit of homework. I want to get my partner out there to take a look at the property. Could maybe you and the other family members that need to make a decision on this, could we all jump on a call in maybe like 30 minutes and just go over some options?
I can try. I don't know if they're all going to be available here in 30 minutes.
Okay, would you mind just sending out a few texts? And even if 30 minutes doesn't work, we could even do it tomorrow.
That's fine.
And that is time, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, Savvy B coming out here, doing her thing.
All right, can you guys hear that? I had the timer going, I was like freaking out.
Savannah, I have a lot to say. I'm going to save it for my scoring time. I am not going to go first this time. I'm also
not going first.
But for the sake of keeping it balanced, Brandon, you got to go first on this one. I'll go second. We'll let Samir wrap it up. And I'm interested in seeing, guys, put some love in the chat. Give your feedback in the chat. If you guys want to go, Justin is in here saying that it was the best one yet. Guys, feel free. Put your comments in the chat. Put your thoughts in the chat. Put your scores in the chat. Let's see how this goes. Brandon.
Samir, go by so fast like that. I feel like I literally blacked out. Like, just, I said some good stuff there.
Awesome.
Love that. Angie, how'd she do? Angie, you were in there this morning. How'd she do?
Oh, everything
check out my message.
We learned today she did.
Yeah, I got you.
I'm going to tell on Dylan. He came in here right in the middle of my call. So I was like, I'm doing this. So
he just out here fully sabotaging you.
he ruined me too.
That's
I was
rough.
like, I blanked out, but I'm like, I'm telling on.
You should. He sabotaged himself. Now he's sabotaging you. Look at the cotton candy fives in the chat, y'all. Look at that.
How is this a thing? Oh my God, this is so cool.
I love that so much. All right, Samir, are you throwing that thing up there?
Yeah, my fault, bro.
All right, guys.
Yeah.
Let's get to the scoring. A lot of love. This is probably the most feedback we've heard on a call in the chat, period. Maybe because all of the preamble, but I'm excited to see. Savvy B. Let's go. Brandon, get it started, bro. Brandon.
Okay, so
motivation.
You know what? I don't want to be the villain on this, but I actually feel a little different than a lot of people in the comments. But Savannah, I think you did a great job overall. Train for Vitro, I'll give you a 5. I think it's the highest I've scored so far. I think it was really solid. Rapport, I thought it was 3.75. I thought you guys were on different worlds. Until he dropped the fact that, what did he say? I found the body. And that was like, I don't know, 4 minutes in. That's when you really started to, that's when your tone changed and you try to connect with him. I honestly think Jeremy was being very giving on fact finding. I think he dropped almost everything. Such as, he tried to drop comments. He said, I loved how you said figure out together, to go back into the intro. But he said, haven't seen it in the beginning. I feel like you stepped over it. And then he said, you figured out it was inherited. And then you were like, it's inherited. And you said, cool. You were like, cool. And I'm like, nah, that's not cool. Let's try to connect with this guy and see what's going on. How does he really feel about it? He said he hasn't seen it in 37 years. I thought you could have also connected on that. Like 37 years? What do you mean? Right? Or however you would have said it. He also said that asshole booked flights back home to visit mom. What do you mean visit mom? I thought like he really gave a lot there. And then I thought your energy was a little higher than his, again, until he dropped that I found the body. So I'm gonna give fact finding. I put a 3.5. Overcoming objections, I don't think there were really many, so I put a 4. Solutions, I think he gave you solutions, Savannah. I think he said at the end, he said, what I'm trying to accomplish is make sure there's money for my mom and my family. So I'm not really sure you got it there. So I would give you a 3.75, and then I give you a 4 on the follow-up. I don't mean to be a little harsh on there, but yeah, those are my thoughts. Overall, really good job.
Very interesting. This is why we let Brandon go first, because Brandon's going to have a neutral opinion on the situation, as we all need to have. There were things.
Numbers aren't lined up.
What happened?
The numbers aren't lined up.
Yeah, Samir. Do your job better.
Did I miss something?
Yeah. What are you even doing here?
Whoops.
Yeah, but you also don't have presentation of solutions.
Yeah,
I said 3 point.
I was getting there, bro. 3.5.
Yeah, 3.75, something like that. 3.75.
Yeah, I like 7.5.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna go in here. For the intro, I don't know that there was a much better way to do it.
Yeah.
I mean, I could get really, really critiquey in it. I think your energy was right. You guys don't know this, but I have been insanely harsh on Savannah recently, to the point that I feel really, really bad about it. But I think, like, as a coach and as a person who's trying to help somebody, you can't just do general stuff. You got to know where somebody's at, right? And I know that the positive reinforcement wasn't what Savannah needed for a lot of this, right? So, I'm not going to change the level of harshness, but, I think that you worked through a lot of stuff, and I think maybe that helped. I don't know. You'll have to tell me that. But 5 on the intro. Rapport building, I can't knock you for the rapport building, right? Because his personality type was dry. He had a blue personality. They don't have personalities, right? Like, as a general rule, they're very dry by definition. They're very fact-based by definition. And he almost sounded a little bit red with the blue, right? So I can't expect you to develop good rapport with this person and be friendly, right? It's just not a fair expectation. What I can't expect is for someone to not draw a tapeworm on the screen, that'd be fantastic.
I don't know if that's what they were going for.
I don't know. Like, what is? How do I erase that? Like, what is that?
I wish I could tell you.
I don't know. Is there, guys? Shout out to that. You guys can screenshot it and let's do that thing where you screenshot it and then you finish the drawing and then post it somewhere.
Sorry.
It's on the YouTube. Screenshot it on YouTube and then post the drawing that you guys finished from that thing. In any case, yeah, I can't knock you for his bro.
At least make it pink and blue.
I'll take whatever that is.
We'll leave whatever that is. That's supposed to be a heart.
We're pro hearts on this.
All right, no more drawing, guys, please, Jesus. So okay, yeah, I can't knock you for that, guys. Like, that's the nature of those personality types. People really like to go into rapport and have different opinions of it. I don't think it's really necessarily the closeness. I think it's the confidence of getting it done. Here's why I think there was a connection, right? And Brandon, let me know if you caught this. At the end of the conversation, he started the conversation by saying, I've never done this before. And at the end of the conversation, he said, I've never done this before, so maybe you can help me, right? Like, he asked for guidance from her. And for a blue person who's analytical and partly red to ask for advice from somebody at the end of the conversation, you know how hard blue/red people will discount you. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm not talking to you anymore. And so the fact that at the end of the call, she gained enough rapport and confidence, from him that he said, all right, please tell me what I need to do, right? Give me advice. That for me is rapport for a blue person, right? And I think that's the part that's really important on that. I'm going 4.35 on that. Fact-finding, uncovering motivation. I agree. Jeremy did give some stuff up. I can't give her the gimmies on that. I think she got everything, but I can't give it to her. What did I give Jen for that? I'm going to give the same score that I gave Jen.
I believe you give Jen a 4.5.
Okay. We'll put that then. Put a 4.5. I'll look and see if I can confirm. I'm going to give it the same score. I can't give a different score, right? He was a little too givey on both of them. I'm going to give it the same score. Overcoming objections. There was no objections, right? Like, but I think the reason, here's the thing, and I'm going to tell you guys why. You got to factor in the personality types here. A difficult seller like that is looking for a reason to push back. They're looking for a reason to be an asshole. And here's why, and I'm trying to remove this from my scoring, but Savannah has crumbled 100% of the time this personality type has been here. When I say crumble, a broken, folding lawn chair in a hurricane is how bad Savannah crumbles in the midst of these things. But you stood up and you pushed back. You had every opportunity for him to lose you or throw up an objection and be like, you're not the person that I want to deal with. And you didn't. So I'm going to give you a 4.5 on that. Like, I think you did a good job at keeping a person who was looking for a reason to not deal with you on that, and go from there. All right, presentation of solutions and follow-up. It got a little rocky here. It wasn't ideal. You know what I mean? I think that the best thing you could have done in the presentation of solutions is what you suggested. I don't like the timing in which you suggested it. It was not a good call to suggest that at the end. I think that hurt you. You would have had a 5. Right? But you lost points on your follow-up because you asked the question wrong. I think it was the right question at the wrong time, right? So I'm going to give you for presentation of solutions, the right thing to do here. You said, let me go to work for you. Let's figure this out. Let me do some homework. Let me talk to the person. I think that's the right thing to say. I'm going to give you a 4 on that. Maybe I don't know. I probably 4.25. I'm not sure what the right number is for that. Because I'm not really sure was there a better thing? Samir, give me your thoughts on this, man, because I almost want to go 4.25, but I don't want to be too generous, right? In the presentation of solutions in this, in your opinion, like, there's really nothing else she can do here. I understand Brandon's ideas on the fact finding. I understand there was opportunities that was left. But for me, I don't know that those necessarily would have gotten more information on the fact finding. She already have everything, right? And so I'm grading that evenly. I do understand that, but Brandon's score, and I understand it, knocks her for the stuff she didn't find out that wasn't on the list. And I have not been scoring people for what they didn't get that wasn't on the list. I've been scoring them for what they didn't get that was on the list. So I don't disagree with his logic. It's just I haven't been scoring like that up to this point, right? So I have to be consistent on that. So for fact finding, that makes sense to me. But for presentation of solutions, knowing what we know, what else can you present other than let's get on the call with everybody and schedule a follow-up?
Yeah, so this one is tough. I mean, just for, I guess, my mindset on how I've been scoring people for the most part, I haven't been doing it like it's a 0 and you're earning your way up to a 5. I'm almost like, hey, you're at 5s. Like, what can I knock you for? Like, what are you missing on it? For a blue, they're factual, right? Like, they want information. But the thing is, in a call this short, you're probably going to shoot yourself in the foot giving them bullshitty numbers and solutions. Yep. Yeah, 100%. You're going to basically say, like, you know, hey, you know, I can do this for you cash, or actually even what you mentioned for Angie, if you give them solutions that are not based in objective fact and just what you feel, you're probably going to lose them more than help yourself. So I do agree. I don't really think there's a lot more you could have done that wouldn't have been based in fact. You would have just been forcing it for the sake of getting the points in the call. And I don't know if I necessarily would reward for that. So, you know, I think she did basically what you could have done with that type
I'm going to
of
give her a
seller.
4.2. Go ahead, Brandon.
I just had a comment. So I kind of connect presentation with solutions with presentation of the problems. And, you know, this is what a possible solution could be. And I think in this situation with Jeremy, something I had written down, I forgot to bring up, is that he had 2 options. 2 options is list or sell with an investor. So I think kind of going back to that on possible solutions and connecting that, because she said, let's figure it out together.
Yeah.
Right. So what did we figure out at the end of this? Am I the solution or not?
She did, though. So what she said was, I want to go to work for you and see what I can do to get this done for you. Let's get everybody on the call to confirm that.
Yeah. So, I mean, I could dig deep on that, but that's just my overall.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you, right?
I'm seeing
no, I don't disagree with you, right? Like, this is why we have different perspectives and judges, because you're going to have different sellers. I'm going to do 4.25 on that. 4 for the follow-up, just because you asked a stupid question. Sorry, that was just that shot you in the foot. So you lost a point on the follow-up. If you would have just said, "Are you free?" then that would have been different, right? But you lost a point for that you didn't need to. But that's fine. Like
5 seconds on the clock, and I'm like, what can I do here?
Yeah, nah, it's tough. It's tough. It's tough. I think you did what you could with that situation.
Tabby B. There's not a lot I could probably say that the fellas haven't said. There's a couple things I did want to kind of point out from the call, but let's just start from the intro. 5 out of 5. I think it was about as good of an intro as we've had, maybe the best so far. Clean, to the point. You got right into the call. No extra fluff, none of that, and still pleasant. People think that a lot of times being short means you have to be like terse and just kind of run through it. You can be very warm and inviting and still be short and to the point. So great intro. Rapport building. It's tough. So I've been trying to factor in the personality types into these conversations, right? Like, it is just like, I don't want to overly reward the fact that you're having a good conversation with the yellow. I've tried not to kill people on conversation with sellers that are harder to connect with. Rapport building, honestly, I think for the most part, it was pretty solid. The one place where you had started to lose me, but thankfully you got it back, was when he mentioned it was inherited and you said, cool. You kept it moving. He said, cool, and you kept it moving. I know it's.
I literally did. I know. I was like, why did I say that? But I wasn't about to like break character, and I mean, it's already out. It's already out.
So I get that. I come in relatively high energy into a conversation, and sometimes it could take me a little while. And I think it was early in the convo. If I'm mistaken, that could have been part of it. You were just in a flow, you're high energy, and it's hard to just switch like super fast, right? If it's later into the convo, it's a little easier, and I think that's why you picked it up. But early on, that's where you missed it. And to be honest, that's why I changed my score kind of as it goes on. So I dinged you right there, and I was like, I don't know, right? Like, this could come back to bite you. In your situation, it didn't really, because this person wasn't particularly close to their father. And I think that's a little bit of how fortunate, like, it could play out, like, based on your situation. Because if this was someone who was close, they would have been like, what is your problem? Like, why would you say, cool, keep moving? But again, in this situation, it's not your fault. The seller wasn't close. And so it actually worked out fine. And I think for me, you got it back quite a decent bit towards the end of the conversation when it came up again, and you were much more cognizant of being like, I get it, right? Like, I've had this situation, you related with a personal story. And I think you got a good amount of the rapport back. And at the end of the day, with these calls, it's not really how you start. I mean, it makes a difference on the intro, but you want to leave a good taste in the mouth, because that is what they're going to remember when you call back. So in that situation, you did a good job. So I'm going to give you a 4 1/4 on that. I can't go as high as a 4.35, but I think you did a decent job getting it back at the end, with the exception of the specific follow-up. But I'm going to get back to that. Fact finding and uncovering motivation. Tough on that. This was also weird because this scenario didn't really have a lot of the little trinket things to find.
Yeah,
Usually we've had a lot of
thin, yeah, there wasn't a lot in this one. It's I mean, it's randomized, right? So
yeah, it's randomized. So it was thinly placed, in the sense where it's basically you have someone who doesn't have a good relationship with their father, and you're trying to get the property from them, which generally I think you've got. You know, I don't think you specifically spoke about them being abandoned, but I think it did come up with them not having seen the house for 30 some odd years. And to that degree, I think you did a pretty good job fact finding. I don't know if I would go as high as a 4.5, but I think I'd go 4.25 on that too. I think you got most of the information. At the end of the day, it's enough for you to come back from the call. This was a little bit tougher though. Actually, I think this is the one motivation we've had so far that doesn't have multiple things to get. And the things you had in there, you did get. But I don't know if I'd necessarily go as high as 4.25. I think you could have, instead of just relating at the end, I think if you had caught it earlier on, the thing with the father, you could have probably dug on that a little bit deeper. But you know, I think you had to make a business decision at the end, not going too deep. Overcoming objections, tough. Not a lot of objections. Not a lot of objections. This is not an easy one to grade. Greens and blues, the conversations are I think are pretty hard. Again, I think yellow and red is easy because you have a clear villain and a clear, you know, friend. It's pretty easy. You can tell how the combo is going to go. Greens and blues, it's tough, especially in these shorter formats, because you have to be really intentional with the lines and questions and sentences you use to kind of get them to open up. I also think that Jeremy did have a certain shortness to him in the blueness. So I think you had to be careful with how you ask questions. Overcoming objections, I'm going to go 4 on that. I think it was solid. I think you went most of the way through. Pretty far. Actually, I'm going to go 4.15. 4.5. I think you did more than just not create issues for yourself. I think you did a good job of holding your own in that conversation, that end. Present solutions, I'm going to go 4. That's generally what I've given for the most part, where people lay out the table for the conversation on the next call. I think that's generally what you did. And I really like that line. Again, for me, that if you didn't say that line, I would have probably went a little bit lower. But the figuring it out together, it's important, right? Because like a certain part of it does have to relate to the seller trusting you and stuff. Something as simple as, hey, we're going to figure this out together. That is where you get a little bit different than just the process of, hey, I'm going to have my team underwrite it. We're going to run some numbers when I get back to you. You know what I mean? It's like hey, we're going to figure this out. It doesn't really matter. It's not just a numbers thing. We're going to work our way through it. And strength to close. I mean, you are rewording a sentence apart from getting a 5. I don't really know why you doubled back at the end. I was actually waiting for Jeremy to hit you with a U and try to pull you away from the follow-up and push back on it. But I think you got the follow-up. I'll actually give you a little bit higher than 4. I think it was literally just short of the sentence. I'm gonna give you a 4.25. For everyone else, you know, if they've gotten the follow-up for the most part, we've given as high as a 5. I still think I'm gonna ding you at least, you know, a little bit. But 4.25 for me.
Holy crap. Wait, hold on. 76. So this puts you in right under Tyler Townsley.
Oh, yeah.
In the official running, the cotton candy closer, ladies and gentlemen. Very, very interesting. Guys, no. Yes, I want Jeremy's feedback. Jeremy, I want you to do a couple things, bro. You don't have to necessarily score, but if you have any category that you want to like give your opinion on where you differ, by all means, feel free. Obviously, you were the seller, so your perspective is important in this. But also, I really want to emphasize something here. Say your point, and then I'm going to emphasize my point.
Okay. I don't have any specific, like scoring wise, I'm not going to talk about that. Savannah, humor me for a second. Okay. Close your eyes. Okay. I need to put you into a mental place right now. I want you to imagine that you are currently angry, and then you are currently being forced to walk into a restaurant while you're angry. You walk into that restaurant and the menu is in complete Chinese. And you are being told that you need to order the best meal that you can, and you can't read that menu at all. Are you going to be in the right mindset when you're at that table about to give your order? The answer is no. But what if that server says to you, Savannah, it seems to me like you're a little lost. It seems to me like you've never dealt with this before. And it seems to me like there's a responsibility on your shoulders that you don't want to be responsible for. So let me give you a rundown of the way this works. We do this all the time. You can work with us. You don't have to work with us. I at least want to point you in the right direction. Number one, this is what it looks like to work with an agent. Here's the pros, here's the cons. You're going to get the most amount of money, but you're also going to be having the headache of dealing with all of these people, these walkthroughs, all this kind of stuff. The pros of working with an investor like us, we handle all of it. You're not going to have to go to the property. You're not going to have to deal with the inspection. You are not going to have to deal with any of this problem. All you're going to have to deal with is making sure to sign on the paper and walk away with the money that we promise you on this call. Can we have that conversation? If we came to a number that you were ready to say yes to, are you ready to say yes today?
That's oh my gosh. I'm so glad Jeremy's not in this competition because
he should have been in the competition, but he's a beautiful human being.
I'm a busy in my own business right now.
I felt that genuinely.
Damn.
So the reason I say that is he was wanting information. He was upset that he's having to deal with this. He wanted to be done with this, but he also wanted to make sure he wasn't making an illogical decision. He wasn't making a hasty decision. You say, I'm going to fill in all of your blanks right now. I'm going to educate you on exactly what this is going to look like.
Oh,
John, thank you.
Yeah,
that was great.
John's really excited about your feedback, bro.
Yeah,
really.
So again, it's when if I were to have heard this pain, I would have just shut down all the fact finding and said, it sounds to me like you're not wanting to deal with this. So let me just give you the layout of what this is going to look like. And I'm going to walk you through this. First of all, the next phone call is going to take about 10 to 15 minutes. I'm going to ask you questions about the property. If you don't have the answers, that's okay. We're still going to inspect the property. Then I'm going to go over what your timeline is. How soon do you want to close? We'll open up escrow. We're typically in around the 21-day mark. I can extend that out longer, or I can do it shorter if you need me to. Thirdly to that, I can also show you comparables in the area and what people are buying those properties for. So you're not unknowingly what your property might be valued at. I'm going to show you that. And then fourth, I'm going to show you the way we calculate our numbers, the way we calculate in what we have to rehab the property for to get it to the price that we're trying to, target. So with all of that, can we have that next conversation here in 30 minutes? Once you get your family members on the phone, I'm going to answer their questions. I'm going to answer your questions. And again, if everything is on the up and up, I either want a yes or a no from you. I can't work with a maybe. I can work with a no, but I just definitely am trying to shoot for that yes. Can we do that tomorrow? Or can we do that today? Like, that's it. So.
You dropped the link to your course.
Jesus. Yeah, good stuff. Bro, pull the score back up, Samir.
See.
I feel like I'm dreaming.
Yeah.
I get that often from women.
Jesus. While he is simultaneously drilling. Jesus. Okay, just pull up the score. I can't even get you out. I just lying for no reason. Ain't nobody ever said that. Things nobody has ever said for 1,000, Alex. So Samir already cleared out the scoreboard, right? But what I wanted to point out here, guys, is notice this. Look at Savannah's score on the left, right? She's got a 76.5. If she asked one question different, she had a 79.5. Right? It's a completely different situation, right? One question, one comment, one wrongly placed piece of information can make a really, really big difference in how you do in these competitions. Well, why is that relevant? I promise you guys this, and this is where a lot of people don't realize this, and I want everybody to hear me on this real quickly, right? Because there's going to be people who don't know this. There's also going to be people who don't agree with this. I don't care. Let me tell you something that I know without a shadow of a doubt. Guys, you guys have lost deals on conversations because of one wrong question, because of one poorly placed sentence, because of one missed opportunity. Promise you. The problem is you usually don't know, right? Here's the thing. A lot of us go through our lives having conversations with sellers or with agents, and we're like, oh, well, that went really good. I thought that was okay. Well, I'm waiting to hear back. And we just kind of we tune it down to that. But we don't dissect it. We don't do the operation to find out what actually happened with the situation. If you did that, if you were able to go back and take the autopsy on the conversation you have, I promise you that you guys would start to learn that you are usually just a couple of poorly placed questions away from a deal, right? And I want you guys to start thinking about it like this. If you're looking to get better at having conversations with people and close deals, you should think about this. And to be clear, I don't care if you're closing 1 or 10 deals a week, right? You should probably want to get better at closing deals with people, right? If you want to grow a business. If you don't want to, that's fine. But if you do want to, then you should realize, imagine if you were just 1 sentence away. Yeah. Wouldn't it make sense for you to want to go back and analyze that and fix that sentence so you don't go back and do it again? That's what we're doing here. That's why we do the highlights the way we do them, because guys, it really is that. It's 1 sentence away from figuring out what's going to happen here. And I promise you it makes a world of difference. Guys, it really, really does make a world of difference in these competitions and in the conversations that you're having. So I hope as you guys are listening to these things, you guys are taking note, because I promise you guys, if you guys aren't closing the deals that you want, maybe it's just that one sentence. Start going back and analyzing your conversation. Put yourself in rooms with people who can do the autopsy on your telephone calls. Let them do the autopsy on your dead deals to see if you can find out where it went wrong. It's going to make you a lot of money. You could make an extra 6 figures this year just by being willing to take the time to do that. If you don't know how to do it, connect with people who do. I promise you, it'll make a huge difference. That being said, Savvy B, let's take a minute to talk about the fact that you are currently in the running. How many people are still left to go?
You guys, last night, I just have to say thank you to everyone that's helped me like up to this point, staying up late with me like day after day and getting me ready. Look at all these people. Like I could cry just seeing all these pink and blue lights on my screen. Like it just really means so much to me. And just last night I was like, I'm gonna drop out. I'm not ready for this. I can't do this. And so I'm just like shocked that I'm even up there with all of these other amazing names. I could cry. Thank you.
There's 2 people left, right? There's Ashley and Eddie. That's it. So short of a weird wild card, mathematically speaking, there is no scenario where you're not in this competition in Arizona, Savannah. The only 2 people at risk right now are who? It's Jeff and Caroline. Did Jasper just get kicked out?
No, he's used to that.
Rip.
Amir, shut up.
Nobody liked.
Hey man, let me hate in peace.
Everybody was hoping he wouldn't show up anyways.
That's my guy.
So it's really just Jeff Smith and Caroline Vo that are the 2 that are left. Savannah, Yvonne said stop making her cry on YouTube. Very, very interesting. It's been really interesting to see how this plays out. Savannah, you were nervous last night in front of the 10, 15 people that we were on in our Zoom, right? Practicing in our group and doing things, and you were ready to quit. You did this in front of 120 people tonight, and you crushed, right? It's always been in your head. And so I'm happy for you. I'm proud of you. I'm excited for you. And like I told you at the beginning of this thing, I'm excited for what's to come. And I'm also very glad, Brandon, I'm glad that you went first, and I'm glad that you had different perspectives on this. That's what this competition is all about. We don't need yes people. We need different perspectives. And I understood everything where you're coming from. That's what this thing is really about. No, thank you, Stella. Appreciate you. That's what this is all about. It's about getting different perspectives, and people are going to disagree, and you need that. You need that in these competitions.
Sure.
Okay, last 2. Ashley, then Eddie, or is it Eddie, then Ashley? Who's last?
I think, well, Eddie was last, but Eddie's got to be there, what, in 29 minutes or 20 minutes?
Where do you have to be? You're going somewhere in person? What is happening? Are you going to get your mustache waxed?
No, we're good. So we're gonna actually I'm on the accountability group Zoom right now. So I have you here and I have you on my iPad as well. But I'm listening with you guys and I'm on the Zoom with everybody here for this accountability call for all the Arizona sub 2 bam bams. But we're pivoting it. We're moving it to Friday this week.
Cool. Oh, nice. So you're good.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. So that being said, let's Samir, do you have everything set up?
Oh shit. Yeah.
Oh shit, he says.
Ship, real nautical guy.
Hold on 1 second. My wife just asked me what I want for dinner, so this is going to take at least 45 minutes.
You got to decide. Are you the one that has a hard time deciding dinner? I bet. You're a complicated human being, Jeremy.
Here's the problem. She's out shopping right now. She wants to pick up dinner, but then if I give her the responsibility, she's going to panic. She's going to shut down. So
I get that.
I need to give her some guidance.
Okay.
So Eddie, because it's quiet, which is not doesn't happen very often. I have been in sub 2 for a month today.
Oh, congrats.
I am in
Ooh.
Arizona. And I'm in Arizona.
Where have you been?
I have been here, which has prevented me from coming to our Arizona calls. So I am glad we get to move it to Friday.
Choice.
I love that. I love that. So yeah, so we're gonna move it Friday. Sub 2, AZ Power Hour. So it was at our office, but we're moving it because we're in the middle of transitioning offices. So we should have a new office. I have a title company right now working for a temporary location. So if you're in Phoenix, come to the AZ Power Hour event, hang out with us, and whatnot. Is there music playing in the background?
Yeah, Brandon, is this royalty-free music, bro?
Yeah.
Bro, Brandon trying to get me got, man.
Yeah. You better turn that off.
Turn it off, bro. Brandon, just stop me, bro. Just stop me. I think you get like a 10-second grace period anyway, so I think I'll be fine.
It's a mix. It's like it's a DJ mix. Whatever. You know what? Let's play it safe.
Let's play it safe. Samir, just sing for us, bro. Samir, I feel like you could are you a guy that likes to just melodically hum to yourself in the bathroom while you're doing your eyebrows or whatever?
I've definitely had a phase when I was younger, yes.
Okay.
But
was it like a John B? John B's a little bit before your time, right?
Yeah.
One in the chat if you know who John B is and had a John B phase in the 90s, early 2000s. That John B chin strap went crazy. But yeah, that was your thing. What was it, like a Chris Brown? That's probably your generation equivalent, right?
Yeah, I could honestly. I'm a big R&B guy. I like a lot of R&B.
Interesting. I like that.
I went through a phase.
Okay.
Yeah, I vibe out.
All right. I don't know what that means, but I appreciate you.
Whatever. Read that and tell me if that does it makes sense. I think it makes sense.
You're talking about the
okay. So, okay, I'm gonna read this out loud. Now let me mute. Hold on.
Maybe too.
Who typed this?
It's a copy paste, bro.
Can you just change the?
It is a copy paste. I can straight swap it.
No, don't swap it. Just make it make sense.
Yeah,
Did you write these?
I'm trying to solve enigmas over here.
No, so I'm curious which one it is, but I had a lot of people like helping me out and like giving me like motivation. So my list got so long.
Okay.
Like one of the ones that went earlier, I was like, oh, that was the one from Caroline.
I think that's what it is, guys. It's that person. But the first person mentioned is the second word. Does that make sense?
Yeah. That's what I think too.
So the focal point of the conversation is the thing that I sent. But that person is but that person is the second word's third word. You got this, right? We're here?
No, it's a riddle.
Just invent. I'm just gonna go for it.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna type it right now.
Wait, I don't know if I know what I'm looking for. Give me 1 second.
Can I see that motivation? I mean that scenario.
I think that's it.
How am I supposed to figure it out if you guys can't even do it?
No, this is more like this is less complex. This is just bad English.
It's just the way it's worded. You ever read those things where like somebody types up a thing and you're like, what are you trying to say? Can't banana thoroughbred horse pickle.
Duck you, bro.
Right? Like that's just Yvonne, we're gonna miss you. Have fun. Yvonne wants me to start thinking about what's for dinner too. Jeremy, you and I are in a very similar situation. Let's just eat the same thing.
Getting in and out.
In and out. We don't have that option. You're an asshole.
Wait, I'm surprised you guys can't use your closer skills. Like,
yeah, thank you.
What were you hoping I would say?
Okay, and then
VB, I just sent it to you. I'm leaning towards a respect.
Oh yeah, this was actually a real story.
Why can't?
Why
We're
was
just
it?
I'm gonna just, you know what? I'm gonna interpret it the way that I want to interpret it.
Do you understand it the way it's there? The way I
Sure.
just
Yeah.
Okay.
No, not at
Jeremy's
all.
gonna wing it.
I think you made it worse, but I'll just try.
Well, it's because freaking autocorrect on Apple doesn't know how to let you type words.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Final
love
two
Jeremy's
people of the
attitude.
night. Final two people of the night. We got Ashley going. We're wrapping it up with Eddie. We're gonna get to our Wednesday evening. Everybody's figuring out dinner, but before we can eat, we got to crush these final calls. Still got over 100 people here watching Ashley be fantastic, followed by Eddie. Also be fantastic. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. I'm excited. That being said, Ashley, you've been watching. You've been in sub 2 for a month, but you've been awesome your whole life. Do you have any questions?
No.
Okay. Jeremy.
You got this.
I think I got this.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Okay, I will DM you what do you need help?
No, let's go. Let's do it. Let's go. Let's go.
Okay.
Savannah, if you DM it to me, I'll send it in our group chat.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right.
I sent you a
Ring,
voice
ring.
clip. No, wait, hold on. You can't say ring, ring. I don't even have the timer up. Jesus, wait for me. Okay, everybody's ready now?
Ready. I'm ready.
Mute out, Jeremy, before you listen to that.
Yeah, hold on 1 second, guys.
We got that part. Savannah, that's what we were discussing. But
Yeah.
good.
Hopefully this helps. Okay. Make sense?
All right. Sure.
Okay, we'll run with it. Whoever typed this, we'll talk about grammar later. It's a different competition. That being said, guys, final two of the night. Ashley's going right now. Jeremy's ready. He's going to wing it like a hurt little birdie. Any final questions, anybody? No? Going once? Going twice? Ashley, whenever you're ready.
All right. Ring, ring.
Hello?
Hey, Jeremy, it's Ashley with Affinity Properties. You spoke with my partner, David, the other day about selling your property on Main Street. Are you still looking to sell?
Amber?
You can call me Amber if you want, but my name's Ashley.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ashley. How can
No worries. Are you looking to sell your property on Main Street, so?
I don't want to. But
You don't want to?
I think I need to.
All right. Tell me more about why you need to.
Well, I can't pay my mortgage.
Oh, you can't pay your mortgage? Is it, you got some letters from the bank?
Yes, I've got letters and there's people knocking on my door and my phone, my goodness, my phone will not stop ringing.
Completely understandable. Well, let's see if we can work together to identify your problem, help you solve it, and get those people to stop calling you. How does that sound?
Yeah. How can I help you, Amber?
Well, really, I'm here to help you, sir. So you're in a situation where it seems like you're not paying your mortgage payments, right? And the bank is looking to foreclose and take your house. I want to stop that from happening. So
me too.
Sounds like a plan. So can you tell me about like what caused you to stop making your payments?
Well, it's all because of Susan.
Uh-oh, Susan sounds like a problem. Can you tell me who Susan is?
Susan is my niece.
Okay. What did Susan do?
Susan has been hurting me.
Oh no. Hurting you how?
I can tell you right now, I don't like it when she pulls off the belt.
Got it. Got it. Okay. All right. So it sounds like Susan might be hanging out around your house, right? Maybe helping you out a little bit and kind of be a pain in the butt.
Susan is my brother's daughter.
Okay. Okay.
And Susan is not nice. And I don't know what to do because Susan is the only one that comes to my house to visit me, but she's not nice to me.
Okay. All right. So how is that connected with you not paying the mortgage on your house?
All I know is I'm getting calls from credit card companies telling me that I'm not paying my credit cards, and I don't even own a credit card.
Is Susan responsible for paying your bills?
Yes.
Okay. So is Susan, is there any paperwork that allows Susan to make decisions on your behalf?
I believe Susan does have the power of attorney.
Okay.
But I don't want her to have it.
I completely understand. You've been in control of your life for a long time, haven't you? You want to make decisions. Well, let me see if I can talk to Susan and talk her out of, hurting you, and see if I can help you solve your problem that way. Can
Amber, I think there's something that I did not explain.
All right.
Susan has been watching over me.
Mm-hmm.
She's not nice to me. And she spends my money. And she doesn't even buy me dinner.
Wow.
And I gave her access to my bank. And I told her to make these payments. And she has not done that.
Okay. I can see where the problem lies. Can I get Susan's number so I can have a conversation with her?
Absolutely. Let me go to my Rolodex.
All right, sir. Did you need me to come over and help you find your Rolodex?
Here's the number. Okay. 111-111-1111.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and give Susan a call, and then I'm going to give you a call back in about 30 minutes. How does that sound?
Okay, that sounds great.
All right. I hope you have a great 30 minutes. I look forward to chatting with you.
Thank you.
Really, 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 really interesting. 42 seconds to spare. Interesting. Very, very interesting. This is a tough one. I don't know. I don't want to keep making Brandon go first. Brandon, do you want me to go first on this one? Do you want to go first? Do you want Samir to go first?
I don't mind going first.
Whatever, then just go first then, bro.
This is a tough one, though.
It is a tough one. It is a tough one. Shout out to giving a financial fraud situation to a CPA.
So, Ashley, I'm also figuring this out as I go because it is a tough one. Intro, I would have given a 5. It just sounded a little robotic, kind of the way you read it. It's really a nitpick, to be honest. I just did 4.75. Again, I'm just comparing Savannah to yours, and that was that little thing right there. Rapport, tough one. Did you get her trust and credibility? Did you get her trust? You did. She gave you the phone number 111111. I'm giving you a 4.5. Fact finding.
Wait, hold on. Before you answer that, Jeremy, what was the motivation? Because you switched it up a little bit. Let's help us understand what was because that physical beating with the belt thing was not in the original motivation. So what did you switch up?
It is. No, it is.
Oh, was it? So I misread that. Oh, okay. Okay, so you just kept it the same.
I'm gonna read what was sent to me, and I want
let me copy and paste this. Like you guys.
I want the chat. Well, yes, as I'm reading it, I want the chat to read this with me and tell me how hard this, first of all, was to figure out what person I am playing. So, you know,
I did not write this, just so you know. I copy pasted it for everyone who's about to read this.
What you guys are hearing is Samir's need to be liked, and so he just wanted to preface to everybody.
Gibberish. It's more about being correct. Yes.
Paste it in the chat.
Are you guys posting it? It's in the chat, or what are you?
I'll post it. I reworded it, so I don't even have the original. Hold on, let me
just read it.
Yeah.
Seller's estranged brother's daughter has been doing elder abuse, embezzlement, and opening fraudulent loans and credit cards in her name. She took all of her money, and now her home is in foreclosure. So there was a lot of like first person, third person, first person, third person there. And I also, honestly, what I put myself in the position was I am the elder. I am being abused. I am not having my mortgage being paid for me. And I'm having credit cards being opened in my name from Susan, my abusive niece.
Yeah, that felt right.
That sounds so much better with punctuation in your voice.
Yeah, correct.
Yes.
That's the way it was typed for anybody who wants to try to read that.
Seller's estranged brother's daughter has been doing elder abuse, embezzlement, and opening fraudulent loans cards in her name. She took all of her money, and now her home is in foreclosure.
Punctuation matters, yo.
I don't know. I might be an old man. I could be. I don't know what I am. Listen, I don't identify as either when I'm that old. So anyway, real quickly before we get started on the scoring, Ashley, you did a wonderful job on. I'm just going to say this. This is a lead that I'd probably give up. I probably would. If just to let you know, I'd probably spend a little bit more time trying to fact find and dive into this one. But there is so much stuff going on with this, with embezzlement and all that stuff. There is a legal battle that this elderly person has. And the only thing that I didn't have clarity on was if this person is able to open credit cards in the name, embezzle and all that stuff, chances are it's elderly abuse, probably has power of attorney. So therefore, the seller can't necessarily sell while the other person has power of attorney. That's where I was hoping you were going to get clarity, and I gave it to you quickly that there's power of attorney. And what I needed you to do for me was to say, this conversation needs to shut off right now. I need to get clarity and go directly to the, until there's a legal battle where that power of attorney is found guilty of elder abuse, that power of attorney still is the power of attorney.
And this is why Jeremy confirms he hates old people, because that's a lot of work and he doesn't want to do all that.
Elderly people are the most dangerous sellers. So
funny story. I lived in an adult care home. My mom owned an adult care home growing up, and we had like the studio turned into a garage. And so I had a million grandmas and grandpas and I know how to talk to them. So I feel like I have a competitive advantage here. In this situation in real life, I got that I needed to talk to Susan from a power of attorney standpoint, but obviously also wanted information to report this person.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, I wasn't going to go there. That's obviously a personal choice, but there's some legal stuff going on here that even if you were to make an offer, you have no idea what's happening next.
Well, also Ashley's like top 5 CPA on the planet. She's got the plaques to prove it. So when you said that something about accounts, and I was like, oh man, she's going to definitely pick this up. She's already reading the books. Anyways, Brandon, back to you, bro. Go ahead and finish up the scoring.
Awesome. So fact finding, this was a little tough because I think you did ask good questions on the POA, but I gave you a 3.75. This is a little hot take, controversial one, just because we found out kind of like the situation with the niece, but how is it affecting her? Unless I heard it wrong, you never found out that it's got her into foreclosure.
Right?
Did you?
Yeah, we talked about the bank.
Oh, she did. She got it.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, okay. My bad. So I'm moving that up to a 4.25. And then, but I felt like you skipped the belt statement. And I was like, okay, what's going on there? Objection overcoming. I just give it a, there was no real objection. So I'll just give it I've been judging 4 on everybody on that. Solutions, calling the niece. I thought that was pretty solid. So I'm gonna give it a 5. And then a follow-up, a call in the next 30 minutes. I'm gonna give a 5.
My fault, bro. What'd you have on the solutions?
5.
5 on the solutions and 5 on the strength to close and follow. Okay.
Good job, Ashley.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
DQ, it's all you, bro.
Okay. This was an interesting call for a lot of reasons, right? Out of the gate, I think the intro is right there. I agree exactly with Brandon. 4.75 for the intro. The rapport building, I think it was natural. I don't think that there was an issue with the rapport building. I think you focused on what you need to focus on. You're very direct in your style of communication, and that can rub the wrong way. I don't think it did here. So I'm going like, I don't know, I can go 4.5. I'm going like 4.4. 4.45. Y'all can make fun of me if you want to. This is just how I feel. Fact finding and uncovering motivation. Jeremy has been slightly oversharing in his communications, right? And it's tough because it's something that a person in this situation would do, right? That profile is 100% doing what Jeremy did. So it's unrealistic to not do that, right? In my head, knowing Ashley, I know she's already doing the math in her head about the numbers, and she already knows what's happening. Sometimes having the answer means that you know where you're going, but you keep that to yourself. Sometimes knowing the answer means you communicate that in advance, so you let people know how much you understand, and it gives them that peace of mind. I don't think you did the latter as much as you could have here, right? I think taking a minute to say, you know what? I've heard of situations like this. Is this what this could be? What could be happening, right? And now all of a sudden, you're the psychic mind reader who knows everything and is overwhelmingly equipped to solve the problem, right? And I think you missed on some opportunities to do that. You did not get that the home was in foreclosure, did you, or did you?
I did.
You did
Yep,
get that. Okay.
Yep.
You got the credit cards. I missed the foreclosure part. I got everything else. I got it.
You and Brandon both missed that part, but we talked about him getting letters from the bank.
Okay.
Don't yell at us, Ashley.
I know.
That was at the very beginning of the call.
Nah, but your score already given. She can say whatever.
Yeah, Samir, did you hear it? Jeremy
Depends on how nice. Depends on how
I
nice
gotta
you
stay
react.
consistent on it. Then I gotta give the same thing I've given for everybody else. Like, it's just the fair thing to do. I can't change my score. So it's just 4.5 for that. Overcoming objections. I'm going 4. Right? I don't think that there was anything that was overwhelmingly done. Like, so I gave Savannah a 4.5. Why? Because
DQ, why'd you give on the fact finding? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
4.5. It's the same thing I've been giving everybody where there was a little the slight overshare. Here's the thing, like Savannah, I thought because there was such a contrast in the personality, bringing the contrast back and getting that extra ask at the end, that gained the open door, which got that extra 1/4 of a point in my book. There was nothing happening here that was like an inherent loss. There was no objection that was lost, but there was no extra gimme that, like, I think was like, oh, like, all right, Ashley demonstrated herself as an advantage. So that's where I'm going for. Presentation of solutions. I think you did the right thing. I think that, yeah, this is another thing, right? Like, so.
Oh, yeah.
Right? I feel like this is where I'm going to sound like Brandon did in the last call, right? Because it's where, like, well, what are all the directions you could have gone here? In a situation like this, when you have an elderly person who's in a tough situation, you need to let them know, I'm here to help, right? I can help you with this. And those don't have to be long phrases. Those can be very, very simple phrases. Those can be like, you know what? I've dealt with this before. I'm going to work with you to try to get this taken care of. Something that simple can be so reassuring to a person who's lost and getting abused and going through other things, right? It's a very difficult situation to be on. But that being said, that's where I'm going with that. 4.25 for presentation of solutions. I think you got the right thing. I think there was a couple of opportunities that were missed there. And then you got the follow-up. So I'll give you 5 for the follow-up.
Boom. Okay. Intro, I think you delivered it relatively clean. I felt like it was a little bit on the flat side. I've been telling everyone how much the energy matters when they come into it. Although I'm not too far off. I think I'm gonna go 4.5 on that. Actually, I'm gonna DQ this. I'm gonna go 4.55 because it feels like higher than the 4.5. I don't know if I would go quite as high as a 4.75. I do think, you know, that tone change, that warmer energy makes a difference, right? Just because it's just a much stronger position to adjust from. Rapport building, this one's kind of tough. I mean, with this type of seller, obviously there's some level of, it seems like, confusion, right? That the seller's dealing with. They didn't even get your name off the top. You know, there's a certain level of sensitivity when they're dealing with an elderly person. It's not the same kind of friendly, jokey kind of conversation. I think a lot of the report comes from trust and asking the right questions. The one place I do feel like you kind of missed out a little bit was when the abuse came up. Like, I know you talked about it and you had to get a certain amount of information about the house. I would have definitely dug a little bit deeper on like the physical abuse aspect of it, and are they okay? What's kind of going on? Do they? And I know it doesn't necessarily relate to the house, but I know if I'm talking to someone and I feel like they're in that situation, maybe I'm asking them if they need help. Do I need to call somebody? Do you know what I mean? Do we kind of need to go down that route? Just because I think you did touch on it, and did still address it. I do think that's kind of where you missed out. So that was probably where I feel like you missed the most. So I actually gave you a 4 on that. Back my income motivation, I think you did a good job. I did hear you speak about the foreclosure. You got the fraudulent cards. You got the money. Did you get what in the conversation? Because I know we got that she was using the cards. That she was opening accounts in her name. Did that specifically come up? That did too, right?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Yeah, because I have checks by it, but I'm just I'm trying to be as clear with it as possible. Yeah, I can't really ding you on that. I do think there was certain aspects where Jeremy probably leaned into the information a little bit, but in that type of situation, you have a seller that's elderly like that. They're probably not playing too many mind games and trying to withhold information. They probably would be pretty open. So I'll give you a 4.5 on that as well. Overcoming objections, I just didn't really see a lot. I mean, there was mostly this conversation was you just getting the information, from the seller. They're in a tough spot. So I'm going to give you a 4 on that as well. Presentation solutions, this kind of for me ties a little bit back into the physical abuse aspect. I just feel like that was a possibility that was missed out a little bit, because I think a part of the solution in this case, you are coming in and saying, hey, let me deal with the niece for you. But I think there could have been just one step above and just be like, hey, like, okay, I'm going to talk to them and we'll deal with the house aspect of it. But do you need some sort of support or, help in trying to get away from this person and doing something like that? I know we're not necessarily social workers, so you kind of got to toe that line really carefully. But even just giving that verbal support of like, hey, like, again, you're being physically abused here. Again, some of these things are actually sticking out to me. I've dealt with a seller recently who's dealing with physical abuse, and it's a super sensitive situation when that comes up. It's just so hard to talk about the house and do any of those other things. With that being said, I think you actually did a good job on that. I'm gonna give you a 4.25 on that as well. And you got a clear follow-up, so I'm gonna give you a 5.
Ashley, I want to say one thing real quick. You couldn't have done anything with this call, and I feel bad that just by the randomization of the seller story, this was putting you into a tough spot, because I was trying to even give you things that you would never know to ask for, because it was just the story was just so strange. What this is right now, like if you went back to the niece, guaranteed the niece would probably say to you, no, literally, I'm paying their mortgage or whatever it may be, or I missed the payment because the reverse mortgage is now being called due. Like, she might come at you and say a completely opposite storyline, that she's actually trying to help out the grandma or the grandpa, and that grandma and grandpa is like somewhat senile and really not being beaten, right? And so it's, again, like you'd have to play the middleman here and figure out what this is. And that's why I was saying, I would give this up and walk away. Me personally, I'd be like, unless they're able to sell right now, but if grandpa's not able to put pen to paper and it has to be the power of attorney, I'm definitely going to contact the niece, which is, you did that right. But there's so much more to this information that a 5-minute call would never allow you to find.
Can I say something?
Who
is
yes,
that?
who is this person?
Lizanne.
Lizanne, yes, of course.
Y'all, listen, do you remember just a few weeks ago where Ashley was? Like, she had just joined. She didn't really know, what to say or what to do. And look where she is in such a short time. Like, I cannot believe, I am so proud of you. Like, oh my God, you have come so far. It's freaking amazing to me.
Hey, thank you. I don't make me cry.
I'm telling you.
I have learned from all of you and all the people that have taken the time to invest in me on the side, role playing, and I mean, it wouldn't have happened on my own. So I appreciate you guys.
Me cry too.
Yeah, it's really, really interesting to see how this goes, right? And it's sad that you see people like Jeff Smith who are more than qualified to be here. It's the way the numbers work out, right? Like in this particular situation, Ashley happened to get a circumstance that literally matched her upbringing, right? So she was extremely comfortable with navigating this conversation. And that made a huge benefit towards her, right? And so it's just really, really interesting to see how these things go. It's been amazing to see how how this has evolved in this entire situation. But yeah, Ashley, I'm really excited for you. I'm excited to see what things are going to go from this moving forward. Yeah, let's see what the future holds. I'm super, super excited for you.
Hey, nothing quite like jumping in the deep end, right?
Yeah, exactly. 1,000,000%. Sharon, what you got?
Yeah, congrats, Ashley. Really phenomenal. I was here on that first call for you. But DQ, this is what I was highlighting, that circumstances we know played a role with some, and it's a shame to see people get booted from a 0.1. And, you know, if there was a way that somehow those people would still be able to, I don't know, fight for a spot in a runoff, or somehow get another platinum glove to get in. But I don't know. You know, I don't know.
Yeah, and I don't know if there's a way to do that, right? Like the logistics of the in-person event, we already are looking and scrambling to make sure we have enough judges for this. So that gets tough. If there's a way I can make it make sense to where it's fair for everybody, 100% I'll do it. But guys, this is also the nature of a new event, right? It's a new event. This is the first time we're doing it this big and at this scale. So making sure that we put all of the logistics in place is a big part of it. But guys, there's going to be growing pains. There's going to be imperfections with this. And so for me, I'm really excited that we're going to work this stuff out and we're going to grow together. And for everybody that's been here, that's been a part of this thing, I hope you guys grow with us and, you know, help to support this thing and tell people to come and watch it, because it helps us to kind of grow. And the more people that watch it, right, you guys are all in sub too. You guys are going to be able to, there's so many people out there who need this information, and they'll help us to have it evolve. Look at the small Jeremy Davis.
Everyone wave to him. Everyone wave.
Dude, I was not looking at the baby, and I thought you were going down the route of an insult.
So did I.
Are
you just talking about Jeremy or what?
Baby.
How old is he now?
He's
so cute.
Let's go.
That is adorable.
Jeremy, so who's the father?
Well, luckily our skin matches, so I don't have much.
Okay. It's just he's cute, and I mean,
he gets his list from his mama.
Let's go. That's awesome,
right,
bro.
Last one.
Last one. Jeremy, you're gonna have to step in and judge. Brandon had to take off. Let's get this man's partner up here. This is Eddie's life partner, Tyler. Guys, they work together in Phoenix, Arizona. Tyler is one of the guys on the things that's up there that is going to be participating in the main event. And this is the other Bash Pro. Now, which Bash Pro bashes harder? I don't know. Tonight, we're going to find out. Eddie, what do you think?
You know, I'm going to go swinging for the fences, but I hope Tyler beats me. I hope so.
Tyler beats you. Why? That's interesting. It's an interesting thing to say.
He's our number one closer on our team. He's the king of acquisitions on our team.
Interesting.
I'm the dispo. You know, I'm the guy that sells dispo. I'm the guy that talks with agents, and that's it. Okay. You know what I'm saying? So I'm really hoping so, but never know. You know, Jeremy, you speak Spanish?
Hola.
I'm gonna laugh if this is a whole Spanish seller. If the wheel randomizes it, that's gonna be awesome. Guys,
Daniel, can I ask you a quick question?
You can ask
when
me a
is when is the Closers Octagon live event?
February 9th, Phoenix, Arizona.
Okay, got it.
Bro, I don't think you want me judging this.
You're not judging it. Jeremy's judging it.
Yeah, you just want to up here.
You're just here for
moral
support.
Am I just hanging out? Who's the seller?
That's it. Who's the seller? Jeremy is also the seller. But
Jeremy's the seller and the judge.
Correct. Which means he's better equipped to be the judge because he was knowing
close
what
with
was supposed to be there.
All right.
Who did what about Savannah?
I was saying, shouldn't we close this out with Savannah since she's been like the seller through the whole thing?
She's competing. She can't be the
Well,
seller.
she's been a seller the whole time, right? So technically.
I know it's been like amazing having Savannah. Where Jeremy, you do an amazing job as well. I'm just saying.
Wow.
I know.
Jeremy,
I talk to Jeremy. It's
GFY
like, sorry.
is what I just heard. 3 letters.
Hey, listen, I'm not going to say that, right? I'm not going to be the shot caller right now. I'm fine to be seller and judge, whatever you guys need.
Okay, Savannah. I'm going to because we let Savannah make the other decision. She didn't make it. We're going to let her make this one. Savannah, you've been here this entire time. You've already gone. Pressure's off. Would you like to be the seller for the final call of round 2 of the Closers Octagon, or do you want to pass it to the beautiful Jeremy Davis?
What does Eddie want?
It doesn't matter.
I
what
think
Eddie
you
wants.
stick with
Yeah,
it. Stick with Jeremy. He's been it the
doesn't,
whole way.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't
No,
matter.
yeah,
what
no
happens.
one else got to pick their seller, Savannah. Make a decision
Yeah,
for
just
the love
stick
of
with
God.
it.
Savannah's so
Jeremy's on a roll.
Samir.
All right, guys, in the chat, we're doing a poll. We're doing a poll. We'll let the people decide. What do you guys think? I can't do a poll. It doesn't have me logged in.
Make a decision.
It's not letting me. It doesn't have me logged in. It's not letting me do a poll. In the chat, let's see. Savvy B or Jeremy? Let's see what people are saying. Yvonne says Jeremy.
I've quite enjoyed Jeremy.
I think you need to throw a poll up there. Jeremy.
Everybody wants to keep the streak for consistency. Fair enough.
Yes.
For consistency, Savvy B gets the rest of the night off. Jeremy D coming through. Judge and whatchamacallit. What is it called? Seller.
Executioner.
Guys, this is the final one for the night. If you have not yet, I don't know why you haven't. Bro, screenshot, take a video, post it on your social media, right? Go show love to the favorite contestant tonight. This is it. This is the last one of all round 2 for the first official Closers Octagon, right? So make sure you put this thing in your social media. Go tag some people in sub 2, tag your friends. If you have people that are not in sub 2 and you think they need to be watching this thing, let me know. They can buy tickets to it because this will not be on YouTube coming next week. Obviously, all of you sub 2 people are invited to watch the festivities. That being said, let's look at the motivation. Tag whoever gave you the most value, or whoever you thought did the best job tonight when you guys make your post.
DT, will it be screened?
You know, it's. I'm excited for this. I'm really excited. You guys put on a good show.
Appreciate you, Eddie.
Will the event be
I'm ready.
screened next week?
Okay. Jeremy's ready to go. Samir, are you ready to go? Eddie, are you ready to go?
Oh, baby, ready to rock and roll.
Let's go.
Do it.
All right, guys. Final go of round 2. It's been a long one. 2 months running doing this thing. And it all leads to the final go. After this go, we are going to know who is making it to Arizona to face off against Pace Morby, Jerry Norton. RJ Bates is going to be a judge. Brent Daniels is going to be a judge. Veena Jetti is going to be a judge. Jeremy Davis is going to be a judge. We're going to have a power-packed group of people. Jamil's going to be there as a judge. We have a lot of people. Yes, RJ. There's going to be a lot of people involved with this thing, guys, because it's a very, 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 very serious opportunity. And tonight, we figure out who makes it to the main event. That being said, you guys know what it is. As soon as Eddie says ring, ring, Jeremy says hello, the timer starts, and then 6 minutes finalizes the whole entire thing. Eddie, whenever you're ready, bro.
All right. Ring, ring.
Hello.
Hey, Jeremy.
Yeah, let me guess. You want to buy my house?
Hey, Jeremy, I was giving you a call. You spoke to my team about your property over 123 Main Street. Are you still interested in selling that house, or what's going on?
I mean, it's my primary, and I know why you're calling.
Amazing.
Yeah, I don't really want to sell this house, but I mean, I don't really have many options.
So when you say you don't want to sell, you don't have any options. What do you mean by that?
Listen, what was your name again?
My name's Eddie.
Eddie, I'm not new to this. Okay. I've been investing for 20 plus years. I know what I'm doing. I just had a couple of projects that went south. So I'm trying to figure out my solutions. Listen, I know your job, man. I know what you're doing right now. And I don't knock it. I get it. But what are you trying to offer me right now? I'm going to put the ball in your court, Eddie. You tell me what you got.
So basically all I'm doing is I just want to find out what the situation is real quick to see if there's a good way, if there's a chance that I can help you. Now, if there's not, I can at least point you in the right direction to the people that I know would best be the best fit for you, right? So I know you've been dealing with a lot of people from what it sounds like. It sounds like you've been getting a lot of phone calls. And my question to you is that if you're going through all this and you had a couple projects and whatnot, why haven't you sold your house already?
Well,
What's stopping?
Would you sell your primary house where your family lives?
Absolutely not. But it sounds like we're in a dilemma where we gotta figure out a solution, because it sounds like you don't want to sell it, which I'm 100% on board with, but you saying that you have to too. So I just want to see what's going on.
Yeah, it's again, I'll tell you right now, I've done land development, I've done residential, I've done commercial. I was doing a commercial project in Antarctica. We thought that it was going to blow up. It literally never went anywhere. And my investors are needing their money now, and they're foreclosing on me. I've got personal guarantees on this deal, and so I'm just trying to figure this out. Like, again, I'm racking my brain to figure out solutions. Do you have any ideas for me?
So is selling the house the only way for you to pay off all your lenders?
I don't know. I don't think it's the only way, but it's definitely a way.
Okay. So as in right now, what it sounds like is you got this project going on, and all these people, your lenders at this point, are just calling. See, I've dealt with a situation like this before. One of the biggest things we gotta really point out here is, for one, how soon are these lenders, like, what is the timeline looking like at this point? How soon do you need to pay back your lenders?
In the next 90 days is kind of where my deadline is. I might be able to push it back, but the attorneys are involved. I'm bleeding out.
Yeah. So let's just say this: once you do sell your house and you do pay off the majority of the lenders, I'm not sure if it's the entirety or the majority of it. Where are you going next after that? This is your personal primary residence. So what do you have next?
I'm probably going to rent for a little bit, and I'm going to start over. I'm going to, I'll probably liquidate some things, and I don't know, man. I'll sell encyclopedias door to door. I'll do what I have to do. I've done it before. I can do it again.
Okay. So you said you have 90 days, and you said you've been getting a lot of phone calls. My question is, have you talked with an agent at all?
I mean, yeah, I'm an agent. Also, I'm licensed.
Okay. Have you talked? So if you're licensed, have you put it up on the market at all yet?
I mean, Eddie, like I said, I'm trying not to sell this. It's, I've got some time left. I think I could figure out something. I mean, I don't know. I was looking at like kidney sales. That might help.
Yeah. So I guess at this point, what I'm trying to get to is, if you got 90 days for a timeline, and 90 days in this real estate market, you being an investor yourself, 90 days is like a week, right? It turns into a week fairly quickly. So I want to see if there's anything that I can do to help you, or at least get the right team on to help you make sure that we can get you to the next steps, right? So the next steps essentially would be like, hey, if we can figure something out for you, if you're the agent and you don't want to go through the whole process and anything like that, I have a team of agents on our that I can refer you to, that you can most definitely see if that's a way that you would want to go. Now, given you already know the rodeo, by the time you go list it, take pictures of it, stage your house, and then get actually going, 90 days, you're cutting it very close. So I just want to see if you need something in regards to getting something much quicker, because if that's the case, I better get my team on it to see if this is something that's going to work out. So my next question to you is, are you the only decision maker in this? So I know you said your family. So does your wife have to also be is a decision maker here for you?
No, my wife doesn't need to be involved.
Okay. All right. Well, so let's do this. Okay. Why don't we talk in about an hour from now? I'm going to get my team with me. Okay. When I get my team, does an hour work for you? We can kind of break down all the numbers and see if we can get you out of the situation that you're in.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm here all day.
Well, that sounds good. Okay. So save my number. Okay. I'll see you I'll talk to you in an hour. I'll get my team on, and I'll get everybody on here for you.
Okay.
With 3 seconds to spare, Eddie comes through. Very, very interesting call. Very interesting situation. Jeremy has resolved to pretty much give up all of the motivation on his calls tonight. But it's okay because the rest of the character is fantastic. Very interesting.
I'm hold on. I'm an investor that had deals go bad, and I'm a yellow and a red personality. That was a yellow-red investor.
That was good. Yeah, that was good. Yeah.
You played the role right. It just unfortunately also included you sharing all of the motivation, so he didn't have to work for it. So you already know my score on motivation, Eddie. That being said, we're gonna let Jeremy go first. Jeremy's done a fantastic job tonight. Really appreciate you hopping in here. Jeremy has amazing perspectives when it comes to these things, so I'm really interested in hearing his scoring on the call. We'll go ahead and start with Jeremy.
There you go. Eddie, first let me say good job, brother. It's been a long time since I've heard you speak, so you definitely improved a little bit. Awesome. This is where I'll go with this one. I feel like your strength of intro was, I came in strong and you backed off. And what I would have done here, let me put it this way. Let me rephrase this real quick. I'm not explaining this right. I said, let me guess, you want to buy your property. You want to buy my property. I would have said, let me guess, I'm not the first one calling. And I would have tried to bring it to that level. And as soon as I said I'm an investor, as soon as I said that I get what's going on here, then I would have come in with an intro being like, listen, I'm an investor too. Let's talk face to face. Or not face to face. Let's get on the same level. So I think you did a very good job. What's that? Who was that?
I think it was a few minutes.
Yeah.
I'm going to give you on this one, I'm going to give you a 4.15. And that's because, again, I came in really strong, but you kind of backed out and you didn't try to connect with me right there. And I felt that was an opportunity to connect. Rapport building, again, it kind of goes into the same thing. You're an investor, Eddie. You're a freaking investor and you're good at this. And I know you are. And so why didn't you try to come to me and say, let's figure out some solutions, man. Let's do this right now. I'm not trying to buy your house. Let's try to solve this issue together. And let's try to stop you from selling your house, which would have led into the fact finding thing. So with the rapport building, I'm going to put it at 3.75. Fact finding and uncovering motivation, I'm a yellow and a red seller. I came right out of the gate telling you what's going on. I tell you aggressively. But the fact finding, and I don't want you to hate me for this, I feel like you didn't really ask any specific questions other than what my timeline is. You didn't ask how much I owe. You didn't ask how much equity I have in my primary property. You didn't ask if I sell my primary property, is that even enough money to pay off the debt? If I don't sell my primary property, what's the next step? You did ask those questions and I came at you with like, I'll sell my kidneys or I'll, stuff like that. But I felt like there was a lot of fact finding here other than it being 90 days away. There was a lot of opportunity to disqualify. If he isn't able to do X, what does Y equal? And then I would have led this in the direction. Well, I'm not going to tell which direction I would let it come into. Overcoming objections. Fact finding. I need to give a score. Fact finding 3.5. Overcoming objections. You definitely were trying to get me onto the right page and keep me on track for the conversation that you needed to have. But again, going into the fact finding questions, overcoming objections. Hey, what do you do if you can't sell? What happens next? Man, I wish I wasn't going first right now. Because I feel like, again, overcoming objections, I'll put it at a 3.75. Presentation of solutions. All you really said to me at the end was, let me get my team together and let's come up with some solutions. I would have gone down the road with this one. I would have said, how much money do you owe? What do you need to pay off? Are you able to move out of the property? What if Are you able to pay the mortgage? Is that a problem? Can you pay a monthly mortgage? Because if it's only selling this property, but you can continue to pay a monthly mortgage, what about if I were to pay some of your equity up front right now that allows you to pay off that other thing? I take it over subject to, and I keep you living in the property. You know, like there was a lot of things that I would have loved to have seen you gone down the creative route. And I know you've got that bag of tricks. I know you do. But presentation of solutions, I'm going to put it at 3.75 because other than you saying my team is going to come together in an hour and we're going to get on a call, you didn't really come up with any solutions to help me figure out my problems. Strength of the close and the follow-up, I will give you a 5 on this one because you did set the follow-up. You did set the precedent of what we're going to be doing next. There was definitely no question in my mind about what that looked like, but yeah, that's my score.
Cool.
Wow.
I love you, Eddie.
Love you too, Don.
Tough scores coming from Jeremy D. I don't know, Samir, you want to take this one next?
Okay.
All right.
I shall.
Jeremy came for the neck.
Dude, like I said, I wish I went last so I can just see if I'm like seeing this as critical as I am. This was a creative conversation. You should have gone down the creative route and been like, you're an investor. You've been doing this for a long time. What solutions have you disqualified already? You know, let's figure this out together. And I feel like a lot of that wasn't happening there.
Yeah. Oh, and the short time span that we had going, and I'll comment. We can chat right after this, since we'll let Samir and DQ go.
Yeah. Gotcha, bro. Yeah, so this is obviously a tough conversation. And with these types of reds, though, so far, the way I have tried to account for it is not just how good the combo sounds in general, because with a person like this, I mean, Jeremy plays a red seller, I'm assuming as well as anyone, as I've heard. It's only going to sound so good, right? Like, you're never going to be like frolicking through a field with that type of seller. It's really a very different vibe. Like, holding your own is really what it more becomes. So I'm going to try to account for that. That's typically how I've done it when we've had these red conversations. What can we do with that type of person? With that being said, you know, I do think Eddie left a few things on the table. We'll start with the intro. I totally agree with Jeremy on he came in hot. You know, I think something along of what he said. If a seller's asking me, say, like, let me guess, you want to make me, you know, do you want to buy the house, or another person call buy my house? Same thing. I'm going to jokingly respond like, yeah, damn, I just might. Like, I'm going to respond right there. I'm not going to force myself back into my intro. With that being said, you didn't crumble either, right? You did go right back into your flow. I think you just missed an opportunity just directly addressing. He said something to you. You could have picked up on it. So I gave you a 4 on the intro. I think you still did fine. I think you were able to get it out. I just think you could have probably responded right there and just gotten right into your intro from there. Rapport building is tough, right? My thing for a seller like this is I'm basing rapport a lot off of your holding your own in that conversation. And I do feel like he controlled a good amount of the conversation. Like, he was putting the heat on. He was a very tough seller to talk to. He was asking a lot of the questions. The vibe was kind of like, hey, here's my problem. What can you do for me? Right. And the issue with when a seller has that type of control and they're asking those type of questions is, even if your answers are right, it's very difficult to guide the convo where it goes. With that being said, I think you did a good job getting that towards the end. Like, towards the end of the conversation, you started being able to kind of explain yourself, explain some of the different things. I think some of the things you did early, I probably wouldn't have done. There was like one point where I remember you mirrored the seller, not for personality, like verbally mirrored them. And with reds, for example, that can always be a risky play because they're just gonna be like, hey, man, like, I get it. Like, I don't need you to kind of go through this line of questioning. And I think he basically did. He came back at you really hard when you did that. But again, that was earlier. I think later into the convo, you did a much better job circling back. You mentioned the listing thing. You mentioned like, hey, you know, maybe we're a good fit, maybe we're not. You can kind of work through it. That being said, I'm a little bit higher than Jeremy on the report. I'm gonna give you a 4 just because I think it was so tough. And he was tough early on. I think you earned a lot of it back later on. As far as the fact finding and uncovering motivation, Jeremy, did you adjust that 15 days to 90? If I'm not mistaken, you have 90 days to sell.
I don't remember ever saying 15 days. Is it the motivation? Did it say 15?
The motivation said 15, but the flow of the combo is that it was 90. So I just want to make sure that that's what you were.
I'm sorry. I never saw the 15. I forgot about it. So anyway.
Okay, perfect. That's fine, because I just want to make sure that, because I remember Eddie saying the 90. I wasn't sure if that was more of an assumption or if that's what you were looking to get.
Jeremy said 90.
I did.
That's what I thought.
In the description to me, it said 15. I must have missed that. I forgot about that.
Okay, gotcha. I just wanted to confirm that. Now, bro, that makes sense because that was what the vibe of the convo was. I remember Eddie went into a decent explanation on the listing side of it regarding the 90 days. That's why I was like, wait, like there's no way he did that if it was 15. Okay, that makes sense. So I mean, I feel like you had a good amount of information here. You got that he had a few properties that went belly up on the investing side. You know, it's his personal residence, and you know he had I'm going to adjust this to 90 days to remedy the foreclosure on an investment property. You had most of the information. Similar to DQ, I think he kind of gave it up a little bit, but you got the information. So I can't ding you on it too much. I'm actually going to go 4.5 on that.
Just so you guys know, this was his reputation in high school too. He just gave it up too early.
Yeah, I mean, it's never served me wrong before. Anyways, so overcoming objections. I think he did a pretty decent job. I mean, like, I know this type of seller who's sure of themselves, right? Like, he's out here selling. He can sell encyclopedias. He's a realtor. He's an investor. Like, there's nothing this man can't do. It's tough to talk to a person like that because a lot of people default to, hey, man, I'm here to help you. I want to give you a solution. And people like this are like, they both need help, but also don't want to be told they need help, right? Like, he's gonna be like, screw you, I don't need your help. I can do all these things, but I'm also kind of screwed. And that's tough for overcoming objections and for solutions because, like, you have to present it in a way like you're his equal, but towing that line of being like, hey, I'm gonna baby you through this and help you out. So for overcoming objections, I'm gonna give you a 4. I think you did a solid job, and that's generally what it's been all the way through. It's a lot of 4s here. And for solutions, I do actually agree with Jeremy to a certain degree where I think you could have been a little more specific. I think you did a good job kind of explaining to him why the listing thing probably wouldn't work. I think you did a good job kind of going down that and closing the door. And even mentioning like, hey, look, this might work for you. I got realtor people. We can list it, whatever it might be. So I think that was actually really smart. But I do think you could have probably went a little bit deeper. So 4 on that as well. And then for strength to close and follow up, you got the follow up. I think you knocked that out of the park. You got that head on. Again, I guess summarize kind of how it is. These combos are tough and they sound they're never going to sound as good as it is with the yellow seller, where it's just this bubbly, fun conversation. But in these combos, if you can hold your own and get your point across and at least get the seller to hear you a bit, I think you're doing plenty. So solid call, bro.
Appreciate it.
All right. My mic is geeking out on screen. If y'all are on YouTube, you could probably see this thing. It's like blinking back and forth like it's switching. So if it cuts out, tell me.
You good here, bro.
I hate wearing these stupid headphones, but I'm only doing it so that way it doesn't echo back. In any case, okay. All right. Very interesting. All over the place. Y'all are crazy on that intro. I'm giving you a 3.75 on the intro. And here's why. Because the only reason he had the opportunity to do that is because you were like, hey, Jeremy, and then you paused.
Yeah. I know.
Right?
Yep.
And I don't have to repeat. You've heard me talk about, we've discussed this a billion times, right? And this is why, right? Like Savannah and Angie, this is why, right? We discussed this earlier today. It's so important to just get straight to the point, 5 to 7 seconds, get to it, because it reduces the likelihood of that. You add on top. So one, I had to go low because you created an objection that didn't need to exist. You gave yourself a window for that. But then secondarily, it's like, how did?
No,
we lost you, bro. We lost you.
Hold on.
You're back.
Let me try.
You're back.
Hold on. Let me try something. Hold on. Okay, is this good? Let's see how this goes. Okay, so yeah, so I think that let's go 3.85, because I like the way he got back on the right track eventually, but the right track wasn't where you needed to be at that point. You needed to be recovering, and you didn't recover. And so I think Jeremy's response, like, I think once you're off the rails, stay off the rails. And then use that to bring it back to the rails. That being said, rapport building, I'm not going to knock you on as much on the rapport building. I think you guys were on the same page. I think this is a decent enough guy to build a relationship with. I think you did a decent enough job of building the relationship. I don't think you guys were best friends. I do think that there was some missed opportunities and things you could have discussed, but I also think that you did the best that you could with what was there. I'll give you a 4 on that. I probably could give you a little bit less than that, but I think it was decent. It wasn't the end of the world. Fact finding, uncover motivation. My number is 4.5. It's got to be 4.5 because it's the same thing I've been giving everybody else. Overcoming objections. I think you missed opportunities here in the objections department. I do think you missed some opportunities here for that. Because there was a situation where he was like, this for me, and I think Jeremy, you said this, right? This for me was a situation of you were dealing with another investor, and I think you could have been like peer to peer. You could have really dug in, and you could have presented some really good opportunities here. And I think that's where that missed out. Like that's the tough part for me. And I think the missed opportunities here are what get you on this guy's side. A guy like this. Here's my profile, and tell me if I'm wrong. What I'm hearing, a guy is he's an opportunist. This man had 716 careers, right? He's a real estate agent. He's a carpenter. You know, he builds houses in Antarctica. Like he does everything. And so the opportunity to partner up with this guy would love that, right? You could have pitched an ovation opportunity. You could have picked this. There was so much partnership opportunity. This guy should have gotten off the phone, been like, I want to work with this dude. I can't wait to work with this dude. He's not one of those dummies trying to pitch me, put me in his call flow. This guy's going to come up with something really cool. And that opportunity was missed. So I'm going to give it 3.75 in the overcoming objections and the presentation of solutions for that reason, because the opportunities should have been there. And they just weren't. And then 5 for the follow-up.
Eddie, how do you feel about that, sir?
What's that? Hold on. I cannot see this on my screen. Hold on. What was the number? Where is he at?
74.25. Just a few people shy of
Oh
top
my
8.
gosh. I thought you were in. I legit thought you were in. When I was up there and I saw it was like in the 60s, I was like, okay, he's in.
Yeah, no, I mean, I understand the intro was definitely not what I typically intro with. I don't know why. I think it was back from the old Daily Dow days where Jeremy and I used to go have some fun with, right? But I should have expected a red seller no matter what. Reality is, I think the intro was weak for sure. In my opinion, not my best intro. Fact finding, motivation, you did open up, but I've had people like that throw up on me all the time, and I know that's the worst ways to say it, but they do that, right? In regards to solutionists, I only got 6 minutes, so the more for me, in my opinion, is when I fight back with these red sellers. Every time I fought back with a red seller from all the calls that I've made in the past when I was in acquisitions, it was pushback after pushback, and it made almost like it was more like a tug of war in a way. And I was just more or less, you know what? You're angry, cool, I get it. I'm just gonna pass through it. Let's move on to the conversation, right? So sometimes a lot of people's anger and comments like that, I've found that for me just to kind of like breeze past it and just get straight to the point of what we're talking about, which should have done from the very beginning, is basically where I just kind of just picked up from. But you're right. You know, the solution for creative finance, because of the 90 days, there's just so many different solutions that I wasn't going to be your typical, well, let's do this, and this, and this, right? It was more or less like, I need to get to the point of, let me get you to trust me first. So then I can ask you what your debt is, right? Then I can say, because the other solution that I was thinking, as you said, that last part, as it made me look at it from a different perspective, would have been like, great, you know, the novation thing you said, well, how much is the debt? Because what if I come in as a partner and I finish up the job?
I think you would have locked that deal. You might have been like, you would have gotten so far with that.
So Eddie, let me say something. This seller was a real seller for me. This was an amazing deal that we locked up on an option, actually. It was a sub-2 option. And this seller, I got on the phone with the seller, and it was almost verbatim. He wasn't as red. He was more yellow and more like willing to work with me. But basically, he's like, let me guess. You're trying to buy my house. Yes, I am. But he goes, I'm an investor too, Jeremy. So I understand what I'm doing. And I'm also a realtor. And I basically said, okay, let's come up with some solutions then. And so what I did is I said, what's your ultimate goal? He goes, well, I don't want to move out of my house. I said, well, then can you make the payments? He goes, yes, I just can't catch up the arrears. Great. How much are the arrears? 30,000. Great. If we can come in with $30,000 and you can continue to make the mortgage payment, would you sell me the house? And I'd give you that second chance you need to get back on your feet. And I'll even set up an option for you to buy the property back from me at a later date. How does that work? And literally it took 2 calls. The first call to give him the idea, second call to actually put it on paper, and we locked it up. And so like that call, investor to investor, you could have literally been like, listen, I'm sure you've talked to a bunch of wholesalers. I'm not here to waste your time. I'm not going to lowball you. Obviously, I'm here to help fix the situation, and let's have that conversation. So that's where I was hoping it would go. And it just, I know you know so much about creative finance, and you didn't even ask him, what if I keep you in the property? Is that worth it? You know?
Yeah. I see that for sure. 100%. I get that. So there's definitely the only thing, like, for
almost
me,
right after you got home.
The one thing for me is that every time I've gone into the creative finance right off the get-go, because everybody's calling about creative finance so much, the feedback we're getting today in today's age is like, oh, it's just another creative finance pitch, right? So I don't pitch creative until we actually get all the details down to the brim. Or else you just get placed in that bucket of all the creative finance pitchers that call and, well, would you take seller finance on it? Versus me getting to the point of saying, like, hey, like, let's talk about the solutions, figure out if we're a good fit. If not, I can definitely point you in a direction of someone that we can get you do it.
Yeah,
right?
We talked about this today with Angie and Savannah, and I think sometimes there's not. I think there's another answer than those. There's one right in the middle, right? And it's basically like, when I'm getting ready to present something like this, especially if it's a 6-minute time period, I love to make it hypothetical. So what I would do is I'd say, you know what? And I'm going to sound like I'm interested, right? I'm going to make it sound like we can do something. I'm going to say something along the lines of, you know what? I'm going to look into something. Not sure if this is going to be the right fit for you. Let me ask you this. If I'm able to put something together that solves your problem, but it requires you to get a little bit creative and think outside of the box a little bit, are you open to doing that if it gets your problem solved, right? Most people are going to say largely yes to that. There's a very slim likelihood that someone's going to say, no, I don't want to be creative to solve my problem, right? So it's a question that almost guarantees a yes, but it's an amazing seed to sow to a creative opportunity. So that way, when you come back and you present the creative opportunity, they're not going to have the same wall up, right? Now, the one thing you'll get now in our environment is, oh, is it sub 2? I don't know. Maybe. I don't know yet. I have a couple of options. I'm sure you're probably getting a lot of calls about sub 2. Yeah. I think that can work. I don't, like, with all due respect, I do a lot of coaching in this industry. I think a lot of people do it. Some people don't do it as good as they should. So I think a lot of people have bad impressions of it. But before we get there, we're getting ahead of ourselves. Let me go and run some numbers. Let me just see what it is. As long as you're able to be a little bit open-minded, I think we got some options. And now, because you prefaced it that way, when you come back with sub 2, now you could say, look, I understand you have an issue with sub 2, right? And you can either start with, what have been your issues with it? And then you address the elephant in the room, or you say, I know that there's some issues. Let me tell you why I think this is going to be this scenario the way we do it. There's a billion ways you can open it, but the wall's already down.
Yep.
So I think you can do that in 6 minutes, right? You can do that before you and schedule that follow-up. In any case, it was a great call. You were really close, dude. I genuinely thought that you were in and that Caroline was getting kicked out. All right, guys, so let's wrap this thing up. Samir, pull up the thing. Pull up the thing with the numbers on it. The thing with the numbers. The one that tells us who's making it to the main event. All right, guys. We already saw it, so there's no need for the drum roll, but I'm doing it anyways. Guys, we have been working at this thing for 2 months. Hundreds of people have been involved in this thing, in the competition, going back and forth, and it all came down to 10 people. And 2 of them already on the list. The other 8 are right here. And this is the final count. I mean, we can mine on the top for the people who are watching on YouTube. My name is grayed out because it doesn't matter, but we can note for the record where the name is. Everybody wants to take a minute, just note the name that's on top. It's not in yellow, but if we can just take a minute. Tyler, why you unmute, bro? Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. I know you're gonna say something. I know you're gonna say something, man.
I was just gonna say, how many chances did you get?
Well, the first person I called was a drunk something I wasn't familiar with.
Oh, what? I mean, so I
mean, I think I had a second chance
luck
so
of the
that the
draw.
person could be sober. but that's fine. If you're uncomfortable with that, Tyler, that's totally fine. But that being said, guys, here's the final 8. Lizanne in first place. Second place, Jen Shelton, followed by Bill, Ashley Cole, Mike G, Tyler Townsley, the other half of the Bash Bros, Savvy B, and Caroline Vo. All of you guys in the final main event for the Closers Octagon, right? Guys, count that up. Y'all see a theme here? 4 ladies, 4 dudes.
Oh, wait.
Woo! Evenly split. Am I missing something here? Lizanne, Jen, Ashley,
That's
Sav-
5.
No, 5 ladies and 3 dudes. Or is it? No, it's 5.
We need to
what is
put
the number
DP
here?
back in math class.
Yeah, it's been a long couple weeks, y'all. Bill, Mike, and Tyler. That's it. So it's 3 dudes. 5 ladies and 3 dudes. Which I actually like, because what did I say at the beginning? The last competition we did, the ladies were crushing. And so I wanted ladies to show up and demonstrate here. So the fact that there are more women than men making it out there, for me, is a representation that ladies, y'all can crush, right? Ladies can do way more in this business than I think a lot of fellas give credit to, which is silly to me. It doesn't make any sense to me why anybody would be surprised by this fact. But whatever, if people are surprised by this, I'm not surprised that the women are outmatching the men in this situation. And no, you weren't going, Savannah. So, you can't clarify that because you had nothing to do with that. In any case, that being said, let's take a minute to chat about this, guys. This has been really, really exciting. It's been a fun thing to work through. Let's talk to a couple of people before we wrap up. Let's talk to the people that are here that are actually making it. Let's see. Where is Eddie? I'm sorry I have to remove you, bro. Eddie, you feeling good, man? We won't be out there anyways, right?
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling good.
I love it.
So Eddie just made like 300 grand in the last like 2 weeks.
Yeah,
I'm pretty
he's
sure
not
he's
fresh.
feeling pretty solid.
Give me a deal to sell, and I can sell.
They're
it for you.
not
How
closed
about that?
yet. Don't jinx it.
Okay. All right. Let's
Bless.
bring some. Who else? Where is Lizanne here? Oh, there she is. All right. So we got Lizanne. We got Caroline. We got Tyler. We got Cotton Candy Closer. We got Ashley. We got QCJ. Bill. Hold on. We'll bring Bill up here in a minute. We'll start with the ladies. Ladies, how are you feeling? We'll start with the lady who, for those of you guys who don't know, who weren't here for this, Lizanne, before she went, was like, I just want to make the top of the bottom 25 or something ridiculous. I don't remember. Top of the bottom,
from the bottom.
5. Okay, yeah.
5
You said
from the
something
bottom,
I
similar.
wanted to make 5 up from the bottom. That was
5
my
up
goal.
from the bottom. And
Yeah.
after the entire thing, you
The high
were
bar.
literally on the top. Number 1. You are going into this thing having led round 2 entirely. How are you feeling?
I'm still feeling like I have a lot more to learn. I think that, I mean, I know for a fact that just from sitting in here, from the time I sat in with, and you guys were short on people, and I was like, oh, I'll just try, fill in the space. I have learned so much because I never thought before this, one of my complaints, I was talking to Dawn and Mike about it, was that I don't know how to close. I don't know how to close. And I had this physical stop. I could feel this stop, right? And it was like I couldn't push beyond that. And doing this made me believe that I can. It literally released that. I can't explain it to you, the physical stop that I had. And I had been talking to them about it for months, and I didn't know what it was. But now I believe that I can close, so this has completely changed my view of myself, just, what I'm going to be capable of doing. I think I have a lot more confidence in myself now that, I'm going to be okay. Me and my kids, we're going to be all right. I just, I can do it. And I didn't believe that before. So you guys, really, thank you. And the people in here, I love all of you guys so much. I want to cry. Like, I can't, everybody's so supportive and kind, you know, for each other. I've never experienced that in my life. So I've never had support, you know. So what I get from you guys is I don't know. I'm without words, you know. I'm just without words. Thank you. And I don't want to lose out the contact and the practicing and the talking, you know, all of us together, because it's more than just a competition. It's a life-changing event, you know, just having you guys in my life right now. Thank you. And you're muted still, Daniel.
Yeah, okay, I fixed it though. I love that. I love that so much, Lizanne, and I really, really appreciate everything that you said there. At the end of the day, guys, if you remember at the beginning of this call tonight, that's exactly what I said the point of this was, right? There's accolades and there's winning trophies and doing all those things. And that's going to happen. Somebody's going to win and somebody's going to be the king and somebody's going that's fantastic. It's supposed to be like that. You got to have people who win, because if you don't win, it pushes you to win next time, right? You got to have that. That life needs that. But for me, I think that what Lizanne just demonstrated is that she's already won, right? She's already won. And that's important too. And so for me, when we put all of this time and months and months and months and all of this planning and all the back end of the logistics and all the things that are still yet to come in all of this thing, guys, it's for this. It's for people to realize, holy crap, I was holding myself back. Why? There was no reason for that. Look what's possible if I just challenge myself and don't quit. So big love and respect to you, Lizanne, because you had a lot of opportunities to back out. You didn't, and look where you are. So I'm really, really excited to see. Savannah, let's talk to you a little bit, because you were in a very, very similar state, right? Talk a little bit, be a little bit transparent. Let's talk about where you were, a little bit about your journey and where you are right now.
Up until last night, I had all intention of just like dropping out of this, and I didn't believe I could. And I had a really vulnerable moment with my Closers Collective squad, and I cried and I broke down some walls, and I'm honestly just really surprised to even, I feel like I'm dreaming, you know?
I love that. That's awesome. But it's what happens when you don't quit, right? Imagine if you would have quit. How it feels to have almost quit. Knowing what you know now, how would you have felt if you actually quit? Actually, don't answer that. Jeremy, you got to take off?
I got in and out.
Do not let your French fries get cold, bro. Nobody wants cold French fries. You can't do that.
But I want to say, guys, you guys all did incredible. I'll be seeing you out in Arizona for those that are going to be joining, and super, super excited. And you guys all did freaking incredible. So it was an honor.
No, thank you for being the seller.
Jeremy. You're the bomb.
Thanks, guys. All right. See you guys soon.
Later, Jeremy.
Thank you.
All right, Cotton Candy Closer. Questions back to you. Knowing what you know now, how pissed would you have been at yourself? Right? And here's why I'm gonna preface this. We're gonna take a minute and be here. We're about to wrap up, right? But let's take a minute and preface this. So many people, right? So many people give up on life. Who's seen that meme, right? That meme of the dude underground with the pickaxe and he's chopping, and then he's discouraged and he walks away, but he's like this close away from diamonds. How many of us quit stuff that are real? Like Savannah, you were ready to quit last night not because you were doing fantastic. You were ready to quit last night. Can I be real? Because you were bombing. You sounded miserable in your role plays last night. Miserable. You were not doing good. Why? Because you were in your head, right? And you know me. You know I call it like it is. You know what I mean? I'm not going to give fake compliments. And you were doing a horrible job last night. You were justified in wanting to quit. How pissed would you have been if you would have actually paid more attention to that?
I'm going to cry. I don't want to cry in front of everybody, but I'm just speechless right now. I honestly feel like I'm dreaming. Like, I don't know. When am I going to wake up? I'm really glad that you talked me off the ledge. And even if I didn't, score high tonight, just the fact that I came on here and had so many people that were rooting for me and believing in me. And I, you know, like just having that community and people that, you know, see something in me that I wasn't seeing in myself, like that's huge.
It is huge, but it's not as huge as the fact that you almost quit, but you chose not to. That's the bigger part. And I think that's the why I keep bringing it up, because guys, like, simply put, not to get over mushy with the whole situation, but how many of y'all were really, really justified in quitting, and you did? Right? Let's just be honest. How many of us have? How many of us have quit something that we felt we were not qualified to be a part of, or we weren't equipped for, or we weren't ready for, or it was too complicated, right? Like, honestly, like, we all need to raise our hands. I could tell y'all stuff recently that I almost quit, right? I could tell you stuff in, like this is real life stuff. But what happens when you don't, right? Samir quit ballet. I think anybody who's met Samir in person can tell you that's a missed opportunity. But just wonder. I think, and here's why I want y'all to think about that for a second. Think about the things you quit that made sense and it was a valid thing to quit, but you really didn't want to. Imagine if you would have won. Imagine if you would have won the fight with yourself and pushed forward. Where would you be, right? And Savannah's story is a perfect example of that. Now she's going to be on the stage next to some of the biggest names in real estate history, because she didn't give up on herself, right? And it had nothing to do with her skills. It had to do with her belief in herself, and she persevered. So good for you. I'm super happy and proud of you for that. Ashley, another newbie, brand new to the game, super nervous, didn't think you were going to make it. You told me to shh in a text earlier because you were like meditating and psyching yourself up.
Yep.
How are you feeling?
Honestly, I like what you said about not giving up, right? Just to kind of add to that story. I mean, I have had a lot of success in my rest of my life, but it came with a lot of failure over and over again. Like the CPA exam, for example, I failed it so many times. There were 4 sections. I kept failing, kept going back and retaking. And I had people like,
Can you turn off your camera, Ashley? Your audio is cutting out. Let's see if she caught it.
I was off for a minute, but can you hear me all right now?
Yes, perfect.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, it's come with a lot of overcoming failure and not allowing that to defeat me. I know that there's a lot of people that competed that do this on a regular basis and are really, really good at what they do. And it was kind of like the luck of the draw, right? They deserve to be here just as much, if not more than I do, right? So that's why I say it's mixed feelings, because I'm glad to be advancing. I say there's, like I said earlier, there's nothing quite like jumping into the deep end here. Somebody who's been in sub 2 for a month has never actually called a seller or real estate agent or anything to that effect. I guess next Friday I'm going to learn on rapid fire. So, but it'll be great, and I'm excited to be a part of it, and very humbled and honored to be with a lot of really great people that made it to the top 8, but also who competed, and I know put in the work every single day to be great at what they do. So thank you.
Love that. No, appreciate you. And I think that's the case. I mean, you're a fantastic CPA, and you failed a bunch of times to get there, right? Like, we really probably should talk more often about how hard it is to win, and not just the wins. Caroline, you were biting the nails. You were sending me angry messages in my DMs about what would happen if you didn't win. And so no, you didn't. Okay, you didn't. But all right, right there, you were nervous. How are you feeling? Obviously, you're fairly new to the whole community and all this thing. You jumped in, and now you're making it. You're competing with the big dogs. So talk to us.
Yeah, no, I have been nervous ever since I went, but it's awesome just to meet everyone and be part of the community. Actually, I think you rocked it. I'm so surprised to hear that you haven't called any sellers or agent. What were the two things, Daniel, that you said you absolutely needed? I can't remember the second one, but the first one is definitely confidence. And Ashley, I think that you have that. And so that helped a great deal because you just had so much control over the call with the seller.
Other thing.
Control? Oh, okay. There we go. You're always teaching. Always teaching. Yeah, so I'm really stoked. I'm really excited to meet everyone in person. I know we live in like this virtual world now, but it's gonna be cool to see you guys above the chest.
I'm 5'9", everybody. So if y'all can just refrain from the "I thought you'd be taller" conversations, I'm 5'9". That's it.
Oh my gosh. Just stand next to me. I'm 4'11" and a half.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I know. I got such a big presence, just like you.
You and Samir should be friends because y'all are both tiny.
Oh, Samir, are you 4'11" and a half too?
Not 4'11", but I make no. Yeah, I got a half. I make no false present about being a large man. I am not. I'm 5'7".
You're large in
but
stature.
You know what?
Samir.
I like your meaning on a lot. It's a big presence, huh?
You're large in stature.
Hey, I don't disappoint, huh?
It's
Go
stature.
ahead.
It's stature, bro. It's all stature.
Exactly.
My
Stature,
ballet
you know what I mean?
this opportunity. But yeah, no, I'm really, really excited. And like this has been practice, I guess. But if anyone is also crazy enough, I got that message about the marathon. If anyone wants to sign up and run, let me know too. I think I'm gonna do that. Well, maybe
have
the
a
half.
great time with that. I'm gonna do like a different thing that day.
Okay. But yeah, I'm excited to meet everyone in person.
Awesome. Really excited. Jen, if you want to say something real quickly, we'll let a couple people more chat, and then we'll wrap up and get out of here, and I'll let you guys know what's going to be happening next.
Hi, yeah, I'm just super stoked to be going and to have made it. And I almost didn't compete, and this is just kind of goes to show, like, doesn't matter. I mean, I haven't been doing this that long. Sub 2 is my first time, so that's, it's been 3 years, but even, with Lizanne, we've been in there for 6 months. Is that what you said? 6 months or less?
5 months right now.
5 months?
Yeah.
It's like
5 months and 10 days.
It's kind of a constant battle with your ego and your confidence. And I almost didn't compete because I haven't been like practicing these 6-minute role plays. And so I thought, like, I just don't think I'm ready. And so I'm not going to do it. So I wasn't going to. And then I thought, I would be so disappointed for not. And I always think about what's going to happen next week. Can I look myself in the mirror and be proud to say I gave it a shot, or am I going to be super disappointed in myself? And I knew I would have regrets. And I think that is the worst thing to live with, is regret. So again, if you feel uncomfortable, you should do it.
Love that, Jen. All right, final two. We'll go ahead and chat here, fellas. Bill,
thank you.
Appreciate you, Jen. Thank you so much.
Thank you, DQ. Love you. I'm gonna sign off. Bye, guys.
Bye, have fun. Hi to the family. Bill, another new guy coming in here, rocking it. I think you're on the same fence as a lot of these people. What were your thoughts on this whole thing? How are you feeling going into this?
Honestly, I don't deserve to be here. I don't know how I got here. As a matter of fact, I stumbled on this group by mistake. I was going on to Pace's family night, and I didn't realize the time change because it's about 4 hours or 2 hours difference. And so then I missed it, and then I found the nightly dial, and I just started listening. I was like, huh, that's interesting. And then you said, who out there wants to take it to the next level? And I was like, well, I do. And you were forcing everyone to raise your hand, raise your hand, raise your hand, raise your hand. And so I was like, okay, raise my hand, raise my hand. So who's not scared to go? Okay, I'll go. I'll try it. And honestly, I'm 2 months into sub 2. I've never sold a deal. I've never called a person. That was my first call, was this competition. But the cool thing about it is I am so excited and confident now that my neighbor's house for sale across the street, I'm ready to call him and see what we can put together.
Let's go.
And it's -15 here, so my wife and I are very excited to get into Arizona.
I don't blame you, because that's a little different. -15, something else. Y'all are crazy for living wherever you live.
Agree.
And I'm short and I like to run, so I'm down for the marathon.
You're gonna do the marathon. Shout out to all the weirdos who like to just run long distances as a form of enjoyment. What is that, Bill?
I'll drive it.
You'll drive. I'll be in the passenger seat with you, bro. We'll drive and we'll let them run. Love that. All right, Tyler T, we'll wrap it up with you, bro. You, on the other hand, have been doing this. You've been doing it for a long time, man. You have helped me run the Nightly Dial and been running the Monday night calls for years now. And you've helped a lot of people. You guys are doing really well in your business. You're taking it to the next level. What made you even sign up for this thing, other than the peer pressure that would have come from acting like Brandon and quitting? And how are you feeling about actually making it out there?
Well, I'll tell you this. I wasn't really planning on it until I did get peer pressured, so that's pretty much the only thing.
Nice. I like it.
I kind of had to, as someone that's helping out with the Nightly Dial, you kind of have to at least like show up to know like you're actually worth something. And so, coming into it, I was like, okay, cool. Well, this is going to be a competition. I didn't think I deserved it either. Kind of like what Bill has a crazy story. Shout out to Bill for like accidentally stumbling into the finals. That's pretty crazy to me. But I will say, like, I really didn't feel like I deserved it either. I thought there was a couple other people that probably should have scored higher than me. Nonetheless, I am grateful to be here. I'm grateful that I get to drive 45 minutes down to wherever this competition is and show up and have a good time. So also excited to compete against the best of the best, Pace and Jerry. Obviously, they've been doing it for a long time. I want to see how my skills stack up to theirs, and only improving and practicing until then.
Love that. Really, really awesome, man. It's going to be exciting to see how this plays out. I think Jeremy just found us a place out there because I was not even looking at. Oh, look at that. Is that Mike G? Mike G, what's up, man? Come through here, bro. Did you hear the word on the streets, man?
Word on the streets is I'm an AZ boy next week, bro.
You gotta come through. You gotta get everything booked, man, because you up here. You made it, man.
Let's go. So this is everybody that's made it on the screen right now, right?
Yeah, there's a couple other people, right? But yeah, everybody that's here other than obviously me and Samir and myself.
This is dope. This is gonna be dope.
You excited, man? Are you ready to step into the octagon with the big dogs?
I'm ready, bro. You know what I'm more excited about? I'm more excited to get deals legitimately signed.
Yep. That's what it's all about.
Like, are you going to go into a little bit what that's going to look like how we are?
Yeah, I'll connect with all of you guys coming up in the next coming days, probably fairly frequently. We're going to be doing press conferences. We're going to be connecting. We're going to be going live. We're going to be talking about the details. I'll create a chat with all of you guys who made it to the final event, and we'll talk about the details and the logistics, what you guys need to be prepared for. But the difference is we're actually having real conversations. That is the big difference. And you guys got all day, right? We're going to work on the logistics of making sure that you have people, you have support. We're going to work on getting underwriters. We're going to work on all of those different things. So, yeah, we're gonna have all those details, and I'll keep you guys posted as we have them in the next couple of days.
Excited.
What day is it again? It's Friday. It's next Friday.
Next Friday, 9th. And we'll do all of that. Guys, if you have any questions, reach out to me. Happy to help. If you have, yeah, it's on my Nick. It's in my my YouTube, and you can see the replay for tonight. Other than that, it'll be put into the vault in sub 2. And obviously, if you guys have anybody that's not in sub 2, you can't share the sub 2 link with people that are outside of sub 2, so they won't be able to watch it. If they're not in sub 2, you reach out to me. I'll get you the link. They will be able. You can share this with the people that are outside of sub 2, and you can have them come out and watch if they want to watch that. That being said, guys, I just want to say thank you, Samir. Everybody, Samir, you got any final thoughts, bro? Before we wrap up, man.
Honestly, man, I'm excited for everybody. I think the way the top 8 shook out was super interesting. I think it's surprising in many ways, not surprising in a lot of other ways. I'm just excited, man. I see so many people who are making breakthroughs and in such a big way, like being in the top 8 in a top tier closer competition, going head to head with Pace, Jerry. You got people watching you. It's gonna be sick. It's a dope competition. I'm so glad to watch all the growth. I'm super excited for everybody.
Love that. Guys, I just want to say thank you to everybody. We've had 100, 150 plus people on these Zooms every single night for the last couple months, not to mention all of the people who are out here watching on YouTube, showing love, showing support. We had 50 people with cotton candy closer backgrounds for Savannah tonight. That's what makes this community special. That's what makes this industry special. We really care about each other. We show up to be there for each other. And if we continue with that energy, there's only growth for all of us. So I can't wait, Lizanne, to your point, to stay interacting with everybody and try to be as much value as I can be to you guys. And I know you guys are going to do the same for other people. I'm really excited for what's to come. Guys, please make sure you're reaching out to me. Go to the Instagram. Keep your eyes peeled. We're going to be doing a lot of stuff. I wanted to get bigger and louder in the next 10 days leading up to this thing because you guys deserve the platform that you have earned your way to stand on. And I want to make sure you guys are treated like you fought to be there because you did. And I want to make sure you guys get the respect that you deserve with that because you've earned that. It's going to be a fantastic event. Make sure you guys tell everybody you possibly can about this thing. Go crazy and tell everybody. If you guys have not yet, take a screenshot, make a post on your social media, put it in sub 2. Guys, if Pace has a Zoom right now, I don't know if it's going on. Go over to that Zoom and go crazy, excited, talking about what's happening over there. Amazing things are coming. It's going to be a fantastic year. And if this is the way you guys are starting it, imagine how you're going to finish it.
Actually, real quick,
yeah.
DQ, before you wrap it up,
Right,
yeah, buddy, show some love to DQ, man. I'll tell y'all a little story about the Octagon. DQ has been working on this. It's got to be what? It's got well over a year, maybe 2, that this has been in the works. The little fine details, bringing it to light. Obviously, you guys, don't always get to see on the back end some of the things that go into putting stuff together, like the nightly dial, like the competitions, the conversations, the putting things together. There's a lot of fine detail, when you're moving in this space, doing it the right way and doing it in a way that everyone gets a fair shot. So, yo, big bro, shout out to you, man. Like, honestly, I'm so glad to see all this come together. I'm happy for you. I'm proud of you putting this all together. And yeah, man, so many great ones.
Bro, it's so good. Daniel, I got like just one quick thing. You are literally pushing, like forcing people into purpose, into a higher level purpose that they would have never been into in their lives. And that's powerful, bro. Like, that's one of the greatest gifts that you can give somebody. So shout out to you, bro. Shout out to Samir. You guys are great.
Wow.
Leaders create leaders. That's what you're doing.
Love that.
Oh, yeah.
Means a
Hey,
lot,
DQ,
guys.
can I cut in for a second?
Yeah, please do, bro. Let me spotlight you, man.
You gotta swallow your food though. Oh wait. Oh no, it's Terrence. I thought it was Eddie. I'm like, swallow your food.
Wrong guy with the facial hair. But I just wanted to thank you all, specifically DQ, because this space with this nightly dial gives me such energy and just brings such purpose to my current life and things I'm going through. It makes it easier to pull through and just keep moving forward. And I'm sure there's other people in here that feel the same. And we all bolster each other. We all encourage each other, and that carries through. Not just, while we're here doing our fun things, but on into our days to where we're able to carry on and do better and be better. I think we couldn't have that without you guys and DQ. So I just wanted to say thank you, and I'm grateful.
Yeah, I'll say this, guys. Like, life is hard sometimes, right? Nobody here is immune to that. I promise you. Every single one of us got just, sorry, part of my language, shit that happens in our lives, right? We all got it. Pace is not immune to it. I'm not immune to it. Y'all are not immune to it. We all got things that are weighing us down and making us want to quit, just like some of the people here wanted to quit. Whether you guys realize it or not, Samir is one of the few who has seen the countless hours, right? Samir deserves as much thanks as I do. for all
Appreciate
of this
you, bro.
stuff existing. And it's not even an exaggeration, right? He's miserable at responding to messages, but he always shows up.
Appreciate you,
He
bro.
always shows up. And guys, y'all don't know, right? You guys really do not know. I don't even think Pace knows the amount of hours that we've dedicated to this. Why? Because we said we would. You know what I mean? You know, a lot of people got goals and things in their lives and they want life to work out the way they want it to work out, but you don't even believe yourself enough to keep your word. Why should anything else in your life listen to you? You know what I mean? And imperfect action, showing up and being committed is a very, very difficult thing to do. It's a very easy thing to quit, and it's a very easy thing to get overlooked because when you're the person who's always there, everybody just expects you to be there. You know what I mean? And it's really easy to go from the person who's always there and appreciated to the person who makes one mistake and is now forgotten, right? And so for nothing else, like while that's largely unrelated to what we're discussing right now, guys, appreciate the people who provide value in your life, whether it's me, whether it's a Samir, whether it's a Jeff Smith, a Tyler Townsley, a Brandon Duran, a Mike Gomes. Literally, if somebody has provided you value, please appreciate them. Because I promise you guys, they're going through something that would probably make them want to quit. And knowing that what they're doing means something to you, means something to them. I promise you. And so whether y'all realize it or not, knowing that the time that I've committed all of these years and the time that I plan on committing in the future, because I got a lot of work to do ahead of me, as we all do, it means a lot to know that it matters to people. So love and appreciate all of you guys for taking the time to say that because it makes a difference. And that's how we make a difference. That being said, final thoughts from anybody before we go? No. I love you guys.
When will you be able to share about the Closers Collective?
The closer, who was that?
Oh, that's me. I'm sorry, Sharon. I'm
You
a
reach out to me
little
directly.
sick.
Reach out to me directly,
Okay.
Sharon. Yeah, that's my own personal thing. So I want to be respectful and I'll talk about it here. But you can reach out to me
That's
directly.
cool.
Happy to chat with you about that. That being said, love y'all. I appreciate you guys. Go over to Pace's Zoom and say a bunch of things about how dope this was. And I'm excited. You guys have an amazing night. Go do something special.
Daniel, I got one thing really
Yeah,
quick.
what you got, bro?
No, not tomorrow. Friday. I have an idea. What if the people that are competing February 9th, instead of doing a regular nightly dial, having us hop on calls and get coached up?
I'm thinking about, instead of doing the calls, of maybe doing like a whole press conference that day with all of the other judges.
That'd be cool.
I'll keep you guys posted. We'll do something like that though, for sure.
Love it.